Live on the internet in cyberspace.
Woo! Okay, so does anybody want to volunteer to do a recap for us? Wow, you guys, one at a time. Great. Okay, well then I will roll.
Rolling.
Come on, we're going for the number closest to 13 today.
That was terrible.
Oh no, it's rolling.
Oh,
It's
okay.
Is it you?
Someone else rolls 13.
Unless somebody else rolls 13.
No.
Wait, did you roll 13 on the?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, no. Mine was 17.
Okay.
I got a 17 too, Aylin.
Well, hey.
I got a very in-character 3 on the dice.
Would you like to do it, Lily?
Sure, why not?
Look, you did well to me.
No, I did do it to Anna today.
So,
I definitely left out some stuff though. I did that off the top of my head. So if I leave anything out, I apologize. I will try to keep the cap. Is there a delay with our camera?
No, it looks good for
I
me.
don't think so.
No.
Okay. Alright. So we start off, we're all going to bed. Sleia does her nightly sendings to Farinia. Be cute. We rest pretty well. There is no truth in dare, fortunately. We wake up. Brian and Loran wake up early in the morning because Loran has to go back to the Chronologica. He's only had 4 hours sleep. On the way up, Brian tells Loran that, I'm going to go see Karul for brunch. It's chill, though. It's fine. Loran doesn't think it's chill or fine, so they have a little bit of a fight about it, and Loran wants Brian. Shock. Loran wants Brian to take his anti-possession rune, because Brian says that he will buy one, but Loran's like, you can't buy one as good as this. And then Brian's like, no, and it's a bit of an impasse. So eventually Loran keeps it, but he's not very happy. They kind of make up, and Brian goes and watches Loran at the Chronologica do his thing. Everyone else eventually wakes up and joins them. We kind of plan what we're doing for the day. Both Sleia and Cass say they want to come with Brian because they want to protect him from Karul, and Sleia, I think Brian actually asked Sleia to come because Sleia can cast protection from good and evil, which will be good in case of a possession from Karul. Bluey goes on and learns magic with courage for the day because Bluey wasn't there. So we will not hear any more from Bluey from the recap. Neff is put in charge of babysitting Loran because that was a great idea. And it goes. I'm just gonna stick with the relevant information. I'm sure there's stuff I'm missing, but Cass, Sleia, and Brian go to the Feywild. They meet up with Zarina briefly, and then they're brought down to Karul. They did manage to buy an anti-possession rune, so it's okay for Brian to go in with no protection from good and evil, but Sleia cast it on Cass just in case. They go in, and Karul is, as usual, kind of annoying and mysterious and makes a lot of rude comments. He kind of alludes to the fact that he can get out anytime he wants, and we're like, sure, Karul, sure you can do that. That'll be fun. Go ahead. He makes a lot of, he kind of alludes that he knows now where we're up to, and he's kind of, I'm glad I know where you are in your plans. Thanks for keeping me updated. He doesn't really talk to Cass. He kind of is a bit dismissive to Cass. He talks to Brian and does his usual whole like, I like messing with you psychologically. And Brian's like, I blame you for all my problems. And then slowly they back their way out. Brian and Karul have a little bit of a, we could have named our child this. And Karul's like, yeah, I like that name. And it's very upsetting. And then they leave. And Sleia was outside the whole time, casting the spell on Cass. Didn't have to sit through Karul's unfortunate conversation. Zarina comes out. They all go back to Zarina's office where Leander joins them. They kind of chat about what Karul said and what they're planning to do. And I'm sure there was some important information exchanged at this point, but I'll leave that to Aylin to fill in. I'll just
You
keep
guys
going.
all check each other's necks for possession runes. And you find not those.
You find not those on Brian. And then we leave the Feywild. On the way out, we come across Talia, and she's kind of rude. And we're like, we've had enough of this. And Brian's like, I know what you did to Loran now, so I'm not like giving you any breaks. He goes off at Talia briefly, not enough to really cause a massive fight, but enough to let her know what he thinks. And then Cass rolls a mad intimidation check, and Talia's like, ugh, and stumbles away, like, ugh, can't believe this. And they all leave. In the meantime, Neff has been doing her darndest to babysit Loran. Loran doesn't really appreciate Neff's utmost efforts, which I think was unfair on Loran's part. Definitely. Daniel comes in and they have a little chat. Loran's just getting annoyed because they're being noisy, and he sends them on a mission to get food, which is very eventful. They manage to find a whole chicken and they have to fight the chef for it and run away. Unfortunately, they did not think to get bread on their way out. So they have to get bread from Alexa, who has been carrying around 4 baguettes all day because pregnancy cravings. She doesn't want those anymore because pregnancy cravings, so she gives them to Neff. Neff brings the baguettes and the chicken to Loran, is like, this is your sandwich. And Loran's like, great. And then he leaves. And I'm pretty sure that's kind of where we left off.
Yep, that is pretty much. Oh, you guys did get some. You guys went to the Chalet Shakes and Sweets and had some boba or some whatever you had, I think. And that's pretty much it. So get right back into this. Ulster,
Gosh, me.
Cass, and Slayer. That's you guys. Yes.
Sorry.
You find yourselves at the Ashuran Street. No, I can't say this word. Ashuran Strait Station in Viseros, and you are free to return should you wish to. Is there anything else you want to do in the Feywild? Nope. Okay. Cool. So you guys pop all the way back to Ashisel easily enough, and you can make your way back to. You guys can make your way back to Solari without too much trouble. You've only been here a couple of hours, and you left. Yeah, you left in good time, so you still have a little bit of the day ahead if you want to do anything in Ashisel. Making your way back to the High Solarian, you find Alexa is at the door, and she's just, "Oh, hey guys, how's it going?"
Hey Alexa, how are
many
you
of you-
doing?
who-
How you feeling?
You speak Celestial?
Oh, I'd have cast on the way back the ritual.
Okay.
Emma, can you just
can-
redo your cam and audio? Sorry, it's glitching a bit for us.
How is it now? Hello.
A bit better, yeah. Sorry, is it not better? It's not perfect, but it's better.
Let me try and go into my
It's all
voice.
good on my
Anna
end.
just giving
It's
such
love it.
shade there, just like silent, like
Cries in my input sensitivity is minus 100 dB. So I don't know how
That's usual.
cool.
That's
How's
simple.
this?
Yeah.
That's fine.
Okay. I don't know what I did. I just slid a thing.
You're
Right.
fine.
So Alexa greets you warmly. And she says, "So, I thought you guys were inside the High Solarium. What happened? Where'd you
We
go?
went on a trip.
Adventure? That's
No.
fun. I love that. Oh, not fun?
No.
Oh. Well, dinner will be fun. I'm excited. Are you guys still on to come?
of course.
Yes. Okay. All right. I'm going to prepare everything you need. Oh yeah, I gave Neff a whole bunch of baguettes for Loran apparently. So I don't know
Just
what that's
baguettes?
about. Yeah, it was a bit strange, but I wasn't going to question it. I didn't really want them anyway. But
Did I take all of them? I thought I only took one.
you can say you took one. It's fine. You can take as many as you like, Thomas. How many would you want?
If they were all offered to Neff, she would have taken them all.
Okay, retcon. You have 4 baguettes.
But Loran gets only one, unless he decides to have more bread.
Mm-hmm. Alexa begins to make her way down the steps and is just like, "Well, I'm gonna go make stuff ready for dinner, so I'll come pick you up here in a few hours.
We're looking forward to it.
Bye." And she walks off.
I feel like Slia only caught like every other word that was spoken.
You got bread. You got how are you? Definitely. So you guys.
I wonder what Neff was doing with 4 baguettes for Loran.
Probably upsetting him. I'll go find him.
Yes.
Do you guys want to go find Neff? and see how she's doing with those baguettes.
I'm sensing baguette wars.
Yeah, maybe it wasn't a good. I thought it would be good for
Sounds
their
fun.
relationship to leave them together, but maybe not.
Neff,
Yes.
you have all of your baguettes. You've delivered your sandwich to Loran.
Uh-huh.
What are you doing now?
Could I offer to have a
So I think you've got 3
lightsaber battle
baguettes
with Loran with baguettes because I have extras?
So you place the sandwich on the ground. Calling it a sandwich is quite generous. I'm just gonna put that out there.
It's a big sandwich.
You put the sandwich on the ground, and you can wield one baguette, and you throw another towards
Alright,
Loran.
I throw
and
one
it
too.
just Yeah,
On
it just
guard.
bounces off his shoulder because he is elbow deep in the Chronologica, just like, what did you expect to come out of this?
Right. I forgot you were
Yeah.
elbow deep in the Chronologica.
Yep, that's just where I've pretty much been this whole time. So
Okay, can I take
funny,
can I take a rain check on our baguette battle?
yeah, actually, that sounds kind of fun. I won't lie.
Okay.
Yeah,
you're
okay,
on.
I will.
A fight
This
to
is
the
a blessing.
death.
Or a curse.
I wave my baguette around. Which is a quote I never thought I would say in this campaign,
pulls
but
a hand out and just snaps his fingers, and it just starts sizzling as the end catches on fire. Like an incense stick, it burns.
you like toast too.
Oh my god. Loren's like, I love toast so much.
We have so much
I'm a
more in
bit
common than I
busy.
thought initially.
I don't think that's completely accurate, but nobody thinks what you think, but you can think that if you want to.
Okay, thanks for the toast. Is there anything I can
You're
get you
welcome.
while you're in the Chronologica?
Is there some peace and quiet going on around here?
Sorry.
I think I could provide that.
Okay. Although, hey Neff, remember how my loving husband, true love, only one I'll ever have, told you not to leave this room?
Yeah.
Because, babysitting purposes. Should probably stay.
Yeah,
here.
I was thinking about
So
that,
that
as I
you
was
stay
running
on
away
his
with
good
the,
side.
with the sandwich.
You've made some choices. I'm not gonna judge those.
Can I
He looks like
check
he's
as he
judging
says
you.
this?
yeah, go for it.
I'm not gonna judge you. Scrunches his face a little bit. That's it. That's an insight, right? Which is a good skill of mine, Neff. Why are your dice not so good? That's a 6 plus 8. 14? On insight?
I mean, it's not terrible. He's judging you a little bit. Just a little bit. And
Just a
Lauren
little
says,
Yeah, okay.
That's good for Loran.
yep. Lauren says, she only rolled a 14, so who knows? Maybe he's judging a lot. But Lauren says, I'm not going to lie to my husband. If he asks whether or not you stayed, I will tell him the truth.
Don't worry, I'll tell
But
the
if you
truth
stay
too.
here, he'll be less likely to ask.
That's fair. I think I should
Okay.
probably tell him anyway that I went to get you a sandwich.
If you want to, you can. I'm not going to stop you. But you might want to blow out that baguette because it is about to reach your fingers.
I
You
like
see
it.
that it's burning down.
That's okay, I like it charcoal.
I think
Your
that's
hand?
just pure coal.
It's got a nice
your hands
aroma
as well?
and flavor.
You start smelling burnt flesh as you hold on to this. Hang on. You
Ah!
take 3 points of fire damage as you just kind of like cling on to this like scalding hot baguette. You kind of drop it instinctively, and
Can I roll
with
a
another
dex
click
save
of
to
his
catch
fingers.
it?
Do you want to?
I
Do you
try-
want? You can.
I want to juggle it like a
Okay,
hot
roll it.
potato. You know, like the Wiggles?
You can certainly try. Make a dexterity saving throw, please.
Alright, let's go.
Mhm.
That's very bad. It's an 8.
8. Cool. You take 2 points of damage as you kind of fumble it, meaning to like grab it by the non-smoking end, but you just kind of put your hand over the flame. You're like, ah! You drop it again.
Ah!
And it just hits the ground. And Daniel is just like, what are you doing? This is insane.
I don't know anymore.
Don't hold hot things. That'll burn your hands.
Oh, okay.
That's it. That's like the first thing you learn about fire is that it's hot.
Yeah, that's true. I was hoping to catch it by the less hot end, but it wasn't quite. It happened also suddenly.
Okay. You have
Things
some
we've
ash.
learned about Neff in the last couple of episodes. She doesn't know not to hold burning things, and she thinks that teeth are bones.
Oh my god, she
cleric
the bones!
Everyone.
She doesn't
Our
know that they're
cleric.
made of calcium and
These are
animal
bones.
whatever.
Remember how much that disturbed Daniel?
That was such a fun little tidbit. I have no regrets adding that into Neff's character. Just want to say.
Actual trauma survivor Daniel is just like bones.
They're just like harder bones, right? They're.
And then
We're not going to
Daniel
have this
took
conversation again, okay?
Oh, okay. I feel like maybe it's kind of
We can't
important.
keep doing this, Neff.
We can't keep
Not
doing
like
this.
this. We can't keep doing.
Okay.
Right, so
Neff smiles
As,
through her mouthful of bone.
as you're kind of like hot potatoing, picking up this baguette, the rest of you come in, and Ulster, Cass, Slayer, you see a whole chicken squeezed between two halves of a broken baguette on the floor, or probably on like some kind of platter, but like it's food. I can't call it a sandwich. It goes against nature.
It is definitely
But,
a sandwich.
Is what Neff says as you enter. She has a look of confusion and guilt on her face.
This is the
I
best
think
outcome. I
or
could
pride.
expect.
So
Neither of them are dead.
Nope, we're very much alive.
Just barely.
Yes, by the skin of our teeth. Which are what exactly, Neff?
I'm pretty sure they're bone.
No,
Oh,
they're
dear.
not. This is a discovery I made while you were away.
As
Let
Celia
That
is
sink
like,
in.
Yeah, I think Slea's just like
yeah.
trying not to burst out laughing because it's just ridiculous.
But they're like white and hard. Like bones. Except they're a lot harder than bone. It's a bit weird. Maybe.
In
Maybe
character squeak of laughter.
There are other things that suit the description of both white and hard, and those are not bones.
Like what?
I think like ice and
Oh, of course.
marble.
I know ice isn't made of bone.
Good job, Neff.
Those do
This is
seem
not
to
in
be the
character.
fundamentals of biology. Ice is not made of bone.
So what happened
Any-
in our absence?
Cass is going to roll an investigation check on the chicken and see if it looks appetizing.
Yes.
It was stolen fresh from the kitchen.
I'll roll inside.
24.
24. So here's the thing. It looks
Not
like
as a sandwich. She's not interested. She's not interested
Yeah,
in
not as a
the sandwich idea, but she's looking specifically at the chicken.
Yeah, I understand. So it looks like once in its prime, it was quite a decent big old chicken. This is technically like school dinner's food, because it's supposed to feed the whole of the High Solarian. So it's not anything gourmet. Gourmet! That's the fucking word. Okay, sorry. This is gonna make no sense to anyone, but the last week I was like trying to explain the concept of bishoku, which means like literally like beautiful food in Japanese, and I just could not remember the word for it in English. I think the best one is gourmet. Anyway, I'm happy now. Okay, so anyway, that aside.
That's cool. That was a nice tidbit.
Perhaps once it was beautiful, amazing, delicious, well-made food for school dinner standards. But now it's a little bit cold. It's a bit soggy because of the bread, and it's on the floor as well. And yeah, it's not in its prime.
One second. Sorry, guys.
Edible.
Cool. 1 sec. No.
Ah no!
Dun,
That
dun, dun,
noise.
dun, 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 dun. Brian, your phone is ringing.
Right.
I think Cass is just. Cass
She's
kind
gonna
of
eat
like edges over his chicken, and then she's like, "No." She does resist. She cracks open a can of strong zero instead. It's like, I don't need any food.
Cass,
Alcohol's
can
my
you do me a
diet.
favor? Can you just, and Loran just kind of leans down, just pour some of that in my mouth. Just, can you,
Of course.
Is this a good
Cass,
idea
like,
while you're using the Chronologica?
this is a great idea,
Just a
everything
little
is
bit.
fine.
It's fuel.
Can I inside
And
check
you
this?
hear-
This does seem like a good idea.
Skittering from around the other side of the Chronologica, you just hear, "Oh, don't even come near him with that!" And it's Corvius. Oh my god.
Corvius.
Yes, that is who it was going to be. And Corvius is just like, don't you? No. Do not sully
I
the
look at
temple of his body with that filth.
The temple of his body.
Loran and I'm like,
He's like, just do it.
okay. In that case, I'm gonna make a sleight of hand check. I'm not very
Oh,
good at it
no,
to try and
Cass!
actually get
Okay.
it.
Make a sleight of hand check, okay?
But I'm
Like
only
a bit
giving like a. I'm only
A
gonna give
sip.
like a little bit.
a sip. Okay.
Would it be sleight of hand? Is that the right one?
Yeah, I think so. I think Ulster would probably have something to say about this, but I don't know.
I missed what happened because I had to go do something.
I think Corvius objected
Loran
to
asked.
Loran eating the sandwich. Is that it?
No,
Loran
Corvius.
asked.
Sorry, never mind.
Okay, Cass looked at the chicken, decided no, but cracked open a can because she's like, "This is my diet." Loran heard the sound and was like, "Please, I would like some." Corvius is like, "No," and Cass is like, "Do you want some?" And he's like, "Yes." I'm going to try and sleight of hand give him a teeny tiny nipple to help him. He's been with Neff all day.
And Slia was also
these two
like,
have-
no.
Can I do an intelligence check to see if it's a good idea that Loran drink whilst operating the Chronologica?
Sure thing, go for it. You do it with advantage because you're a smart boy and you know Corvius.
Psychological.
Oh, they're both a 14 plus 3.
17?
17. That's the one.
17.
That's
Yep.
the number.
So
I'm a smart boy.
you're very smart. Okay, so it's questionable. No one said no, other than Corvius, who knows how everything here works and is one of the most respected magical figures in this place. But who knows?
Loran, is
Slia
that a
did
good
also
idea?
object.
Loran looks. Cass, what was your sleight of hand check?
I
You
didn't
can roll
roll it.
You can roll it. People are probably going to
felt
see,
like
but
I feel like Cass was like looking at everyone, and then she's like,
you can not do it if you want to.
Can I interject at this moment and say, as somebody who's proficient in bad ideas, this looks like one of them.
As someone who is proficient in drinking, this looks like a bad idea.
Why? You've changed. You guys
Loran-
have all changed.
they're all shitting on our
Totally.
alcohol idea.
I know.
When you get off from the Chronologica and you're free, you can have all the alcohol you want. Because if I do it, I might get turned into a hermit crab again.
That's unfair.
Cass
Yeah,
is like just drinking the alcohol.
this is fine. Everything is fine. I'm fine. I'm just tired. And he kind of turns back to the Chronologica. Oh, but then he looks back and he's like, "Oh yeah, Ulster. Hello, I missed you. I love you very much. That's all. Goodbye." And then he turns back to the Chronologica again.
Can I cast a greater restoration on Loran?
You may.
That's how Brian shows his love. He does a sneaky.
Do a sneaky. And as you cast it upon him, he just watches like a wave of energy rushes over and he just kind of like stretches his shoulders a bit and he's like, "Okay, well actually that was a bit better than a drink. So, okay, that's fine. This is fine. I'm fine. No, I am actually fine now. Okay." Hands back in the Chronologica.
We're gonna have dinner with Alexa later.
Okay, I'm not coming.
You don't want to come for 20 minutes?
Yeah, I'll go. Okay. So long
I'll
as I can
monitor the
sleep on the way back. Yes.
I'll carry you back.
As a polar bear.
If that's what you want.
I think it would be quite funny.
Okay.
Okay. And with that, you are able to do whatever it is you wish to with your day. There's a couple of hours before you wanted to have dinner with Alexa.
I mean, Cass asked Jerome if she could speak to. Right, I didn't pronounce it right last time. Navarro, how?
Nerio.
Is that how we pronounce Nerio?
Nerio. You may. If you
Yeah, Cass asked Jerome if he could ask Nerio if she could have a word with him. So
Okay, so following
don't
up on
know
that
if
lead,
that-
you can make your way towards. Yep, easy enough. You can make your way over to their rooms, and you knock on the door. And a moment later, you hear the familiar clunk, clunk, clunk of every lock being undone, and the door creaks open, and you see the new face of Jerome staring back at you, and he just says, "Oh, you wanted to speak with him, yes?"
yes, if that's okay.
I think you can. Boy. Boy.
I don't know what happened to her, but it was entertaining to me.
Yes.
Sorry, continue. As Cass like momentarily like breaks the fourth wall and is just like, what?
Gerald looks at you funny and is like, okay. Can you just redo your camera for me, George?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's Cass. Okay.
Better?
So, yes, thank you.
Oh,
So
no,
he
that
opens
doesn't
the door and he
happen.
says, yeah, I think it'll be okay. Nerio. And he calls inside, and when the door opens, you see the room is pretty much unchanged from how it was left. The only difference is now arranged over the bed that Jaral is using, you recognize a blanket, which looks to be one of Slyer's own creations, is sort of folded over it. You remember her making him one. Seems he's kept it.
Her heart warms.
And you see on the other bed, sort of sitting up, reading a book and spinning a ring of keys around his finger, is Valis. And when he hears you entering inside, he looks up and he's like, and just kind of slowly hides the keys behind his back and just says, "Hello."
Hello, Nerio. I was
That's
hoping I
me.
could. I was hoping I could have a quick word with you, if that would be all right.
You see him look towards Jaral just briefly, and then back to you. He says, "Yeah, it's fine. Let me know. I'll try and answer what I can."
Is there like a seat that I can sit on as opposed to the bed? I feel like Cass knows he's still like she doesn't know if he's still quite shaped like. But when they
Yeah.
last met, he didn't like people getting too close, so she doesn't want to
Yeah.
just go sit on the bed and be like, "Yo."
There is a chair which is tucked into a desk along the wall, and
Okay.
you can spin that around easily enough.
Yeah.
And Gerald just
and
stands by the door.
She's going to do the classic like queer sit, and she's going to straddle it.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah, so she's gonna do that. It's like, well, I hope you're doing well here. But I just wanted to let you know that the children are all doing really well. Saraza has managed to get a lot of them back to their homes, and they all seem to be doing good and going back to either where they should be or to new homes. And I just thought I just want you to know.
He just nods and closes his book. Says, "Thank you for telling me. I kind of miss them, but I know they're going to better places, so thank you."
You're welcome. I miss them too. If you want me to ask Saraza anything in particular, if you want to inquire after them or send them a message or whatever, then I can pass it on to Saraza and let them know.
I want to, but I think it's safer if I don't. My father's explained to me some things about Corul, and looks a little bit conflicted, but he steels himself and just nods once and says, I think it's best if I don't talk to them. For now, at least.
Of course, and that's very sensible. But if we could always get a message to them without it being clear who it's from. If you wanted to, of course, but if you want, I completely respect your decision if you don't. But I just wanted you to let you know that they're all doing okay.
If I think of something, then I'll let you know. Thank you for telling me. It's kind of nice here, but I miss kind of being new places and seeing things. Maybe when everything is fine again, we can have a reunion or something.
Be a great idea, and hopefully that will happen sooner rather than later. We're all working very hard to try and make it safe for you and your father to travel and go where you want as opposed to staying here. But I'm glad to hear that you're enjoying it somewhat. Now do tell me, whose keys are they?
Corvius.
Nice.
came
Did
in
you
here
take it
with-
off as you took it off his person?
Yeah, I can do this thing with my hand. And he kind of like moves his hand, and you see another spectral hand come above it, and you recognize this to be Mage Hand. Yeah.
Cass does the same. She's like,
Mhm.
yes.
He looks at you like, what do you use yours for? What do you use yours for?
It's normally it's not as subtle as yours. It's bright pink, so it's not as effective as a pickpocketing tool. I mainly use it to try and. I think I used it. Oh, I won't say that. I use it to distract people from some of Neff's mistakes in the past.
Neff is oh, I remember Neff. Purple one,
Horns.
purple horns. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one.
Kinda
Little crazy, but in a good way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He looks at you like, would you like the keys?
No, you earn
I'll
them.
steal them off you. Oh.
Okay, right. I'll take it back, and then at some point you need to steal them back before I leave. But if I spot you, then there needs to be a forfeit.
I give you all my treasure. And then
Well,
if you don't spot me, you give me all your treasure.
Cass is like,
I will
"I've made
collect."
so many deals about money. Like, you drive a hard bargain. How about the equivalent of 50 gold either way?
He scoots off the bed and like kind of hurries over to the chest of drawers and starts like scrambling through, and he's just like, he looks like he's counting. He's like, I have that, yes. Okay.
Do we have an accord?
We do. Holds out his hand.
They shake. So Cass will
It's
take.
so cute.
Cass will take the keys then, and she won't put it in the bag of Colding because that is just unfair and like not giving him any chance at all. If you're as good as you say you are, and you do seem to be pretty good, she ties it like in a ribbon around her neck.
Ah, yes, that's so good. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Very good. I'm really good.
I'm sure you are. I mean, you managed to take them off Corvius.
Corvius is also half blind, but it was a lot of effort. Yeah. Well, no,
Cass
actually,
is going to like
that's the wrong route.
constantly
It was
roll
not
perception now. Like
Yeah.
every 5 minutes, she's like, perception. Where is he? We plan to be here for around a week, or just under. So yeah,
I don't need a week. But
Cass rolls
Thank you for letting
perception. She's checking this. That was close. These were bad rolls. That was a 10.
you look down and for a second you don't see it and you're like, wait, what? And but it is still there. You kind of like shift your hair
Okay.
aside and he just kind of looks like, got you.
Cass is like, this is going to be fun and also going to keep you on edge. Going to be entertaining.
Yep.
Is Jerome just still like, or Gerald just still there, like watching this? Like,
Joral is standing by the doorway and he has his hands on the handle. He hasn't taken them off since you arrived. But he's just listening. Kind of not, he looks a little pleased. Just a little bit. But it's hard to tell with him. He looks like he's sad all the time. Ha ha ha.
can I insight check him?
Cruel will do that to you.
Yep. You may insight check him.
Ugh, I'm gonna have to switch these dice out. 9.
9. Generally, he looks better. He looks younger in a way than when you first met him. There's like a tension in his jaw and his brow that is not there in the same way as before. But he's still tense, still cautious. It seems that in his mind, being safe is when you should be on your most alert, rather than when you know danger is around. You can gather that much.
True.
Mm-hmm. He just nods at you and steps aside so that you can make your way out. And he puts a hand on your shoulder before you fully make your way. And he says, "Thank you. I think you needed that."
Anytime. He's a great kid.
He might want to speak to Ulster at some point. We have lessons tomorrow. I escort him to them so that I make sure nothing happens, but I will come find you if you don't find me first.
Okay, I will bring Brian to see him tomorrow.
Thank you. And he closes the door and you hear all of the locks slip into place.
Okay, before I head off, I'm going to tuck
Yeah.
the keys under my shirt because obviously they are Corvius's, so I don't want to just walk around with them like displayed, like, hey. And then I'm also going to tell my familiar that their one goal the entire time I'm here is to keep an eye out for either Nerio or a mage hand.
Okay.
And to alert me if either of those happen.
Understood. Your familiar will be constantly rolling perception checks on as you do. So, rightio. You make your way back to rejoin your friends. The rest of you, what are you up to? Oh, I should probably mention Bluey.
Hello.
Hello. After a grueling day of magical training, which most of which did not consist of actual magic, but mostly drills, burpees, push-ups, like jogs around the Chronologica. No, jogs around the High Solarian. You drag your way up the steps, and you are able to enter in. You're near exhaustion, but you are here, and courage alights on your shoulder, and he just says, "Good job, Bluey Sparks. You've done a marvelous, marvelous progress today. You've made a marvelous, marvelous progress today."
Thank you, Courage. I'm not sure I exactly see how it helps. I know it probably does because you're thousands of years old. It's all right. Never mind. Just
Speak your mind, Bluey
question
Sparks.
my
If you have
authority.
problems with my, if you have problems with my training regime, then I'm sure we could figure something out. I'm simply trying to stick to the lesson plan that we agreed on, so this could be accomplished within 1 to 5 years.
Bless you.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah. I mean, also, we haven't been kind of, running around.
We have been slacking.
Yeah. I mean, I was about to say, I hope it picks up, but
Do
actually.
not wish for things you don't mean, Bluey Sparks. A wish is very powerful in this world.
Yeah. Did you say we're walking up to
Yep.
Chronologica?
You can be heading to the Chronologica, you can be heading to your rooms, wherever you like.
I think up to the Chronologica.
Cool.
The final high staircase.
Yep. The final rung on the ladder. Okay. Making your way up. I'm assuming everybody else would still be in there. Yep. You find Ulster, Sleer, Neff, Danuel, all kind of cheering on Loran. Corvius is hitting him with a cane every now and again to keep his posture proper. And Loran is looking better on account of Ulster's greater restoration, but still a little tired. Everyone else, you see Bluey enter in with Courage, who immediately darts around the room, and Corvius looks up and said, "Who let that in here?"
Courage, maybe just come back.
But the magic is so palpable, Bluey Sparks. I can feel it in my bone marrow.
Please,
Why don't you go play with Shu?
A marvelous idea, Ulster game on Dehane.
Did you say
Takes
Shu?
very little.
Oh, okay.
I don't think Shu will eat him.
Look, if he's
Ulster,
alright,
make an intelligence check.
16.
You've seen plenty of evidence to the contrary. But hey, this
Also,
time.
maybe lying.
What's your passive insight, Bluey?
I think Courage can handle it.
It's 11.
Okay. Do you guys know that Courage has... No, I shouldn't tell you that. Okay. I can't help it. I do this automatically. Okay.
I have
You have to tell us. You can't just drop those
It's mechanical
little
information.
nuggets.
Do you know that Courage has a great personality?
Yes. I do know this from experience.
Hell
yeah.
So, you guys can spend... Oh, sorry.
I just wanted to ask everyone how they were. But I mean, I've ascertained that Loran's doing fairly okay, despite being at it.
It's been okay. I had a bit of trouble making a sandwich earlier. How did everything go with you guys?
Why don't we talk about that when Loran's done with the magic?
Okay.
That would be appreciated. He calls over from his shoulder.
I got this
And
stone
you
that
guys-
Brian holds up the anti-possession thing.
Oh.
So that's a bonus.
Pretty. Does it do something?
Oh, it's it to stop Karul from possessing me.
That's really good.
Yeah, it's really good.
That sounds pretty good.
Isn't that fun? Isn't that wonderful? Oh yeah. How did that whole thing go? And Lorana's like halfway through asking you about it, and Corvius is just like, "Pay attention."
Yeah, we'll
And
tell you
Loran's
after.
Yeah, this is great. Pays attention back on the Chronologica, and you guys are able to watch over him until you realize it's probably time to go and see Alexa. As Loran extracts himself from the Chronologica after his next 4-hour stint, handing it over to Corvius and his assistants. He kind of falls onto you almost, all stare, and is just like, "Okay, can you carry me now?"
Right now? Oh, okay,
Well-
I can, maybe. I can try. Can I try and lift him just with no magical help?
Yeah. Hell yeah. Go for it.
Natural one! Makes sense.
In character.
There's a
Oh
moment
my
where you're
goodness.
like, I can transform into a literal T-Rex. I am a powerful druid. Surely there is something I can do. I can carry my husband. I just have to find the willpower to do it. And you swoop under his arms and you lift. And for a moment you're like, oh, I did it. And Lorana's looking at you like, what? And then you just both topple down and Lorana's like, oh, I see where this is going. And then plop right on the floor. Take 1 point of damage.
Loran, you're happy.
Not... I may have put on a little bit of weight, but I'm not that heavy.
Are we all around to see this?
Yes. Except for Cass, everybody is there.
I can do this. I am powerful. What can I do?
You're so strong, Allstair.
No.
Loran isn't moving until you figure out a way to do this.
I can enhance ability on myself.
Hell yeah, do it.
I will go
Can I-
for Bull's strength.
Can I also
Hell
just
yeah.
give a little bit of a guidance tap for this roll as well?
You certainly can.
Okay, I have an advantage on strength checks.
Mhm.
14 or 18 plus
Plus guidance.
guidance.
1d4.
19.
19 total. Okay. You take a deep breath.
And I cheat.
1 foot up. Another foot up. And you feel the strength just like rippling through your veins, and you just lift up, and you have Loran, princess style, in your arms. He is
I'm
linked
like,
around
this
your neck,
won't
and
do,
he's just
and
like,
I fireman carry him.
he's like, this is even better, as you like throw him just like over your shoulder. Allstair, you hear a from the other side of the room, and you look and you see Danielle, and she is just swooning behind her hand. She's like, you better not tell Lucas I reacted this way. Oh my
I'll do my
goodness.
best not to.
Oh my
Brian's
goodness.
like so proud, and he walks with Loran out the room.
Okay, you guys can form a procession down the steps of the Chronologica towards the main body of Hyslarian to find Alexa. All of you go off, Danielle included, making your way to the bottom of the stairs. You do find Alexa is waiting for you, and she's just like, hello, everyone. Those of you who don't speak Celestial have no idea what she's saying. Hello, everyone. I'm very excited for this whole thing to be happening.
Same.
Me too.
Yay,
It's gonna be
okay.
delightful.
Yeah, let's go to my house. And she begins to march you all down through the streets of Ashisel. And she points out her favorite shops along the way. She's like, you can buy amazing armor over there,
Ooh.
and books about languages are in that one. Also, you know
Ooh.
all of this, you've lived here, but like the rest of you, you seem like you don't know much about Ashisel, if anything. So yeah, and then this is like the precious gems shop, and
I'll
over
just
there,
translate for anyone who doesn't understand.
Thank you.
Yeah,
The
Cass will also.
Thank you.
Who can't speak language? Okay, so
Translate Celestial?
Cass will translate for Bluey,
I'll translate for Loran.
and then Slia, you can pick who translates for you.
I can
You
translate
come
for Slia.
stand next to.
Yeah.
oh, perfect.
There we go.
Perfect.
Gems.
3 simultaneous translations going on. They're all slightly different, based off of like
There's a
what you guys think
bookshop. There's some rocks.
is. Yeah.
Books.
Eventually, you get out of the main market street. You've only actually ever been to the market street and the promenade that leads to the waterfront. You haven't actually been to the suburban areas, and the suburban areas of Ashisel yet. And she leads you deeper inland towards a grassy hill, which is sort of just like fronted on all sides by trees. And she's like, okay, it's a bit of a hill. We'll be fine. I'm going to fly up, but I'm pregnant, so I can make some of you fly as well.
I have a
Anybody not want to walk? That's amazing. Can I please ride on it?
I unfurl the carpet, 6 people can come on. So
She flops. Yes.
some people are gonna have to walk.
Anna's also already on there. He's like, oh, what a shame.
That's okay. I like walking.
Neff, we can walk together.
Do you
Okay.
want, I can like dimension door one of you with me if you want.
What? Just one of us? But then the other person's just gonna be by
Who's
themselves.
getting
So then-
left behind?
Wait,
Wait,
so
how many of us
how
are
many
there?
people-
Yeah.
How many are we? I can't
Seven.
count.
Humana.
Only one
36.
person
Last
needs
year
to
there were
walk.
37.
So only one person needs to walk. So if I dimension door one of us, then that's fine, right? Right? I don't know.
Oh.
I just didn't calculate
Yeah.
anything.
Or I could transform into a bird and fly up. 2.
Anyway.
There are so many options.
This is
Possibilities are truly
I could just
endless with us.
levitate and someone can just like I'll attach a rope to someone and be dragged.
That's kind of funny.
Can I do that? That sounds fun, actually.
Okay, Cass is like throws Celia a rope because she doesn't trust anyone else really.
Fair.
Well,
I have kept
she
you
trusts-
alive for so
She
long.
trusts Brian, but Brian is distracted by dramatic Loran right now. Neff, I could just see accidentally letting go, and I'm just like,
See, Neff would, you know, like how you have like those boats and then you have like the life preserver attached by the string? Neff would definitely try to do a flip.
yeah.
Oh my god. The amount of like water sports that could just become sky sports because of like magic in D&D is great. Like a
Then
banana
again,
boat,
maybe-
but it's in the sky.
Is there going to have to be strength checks for this
Imagination.
to hold the rope?
There will be. There
In
will
that
be
case, Cass might be like, Bluey, do you want to maybe take the rope?
I'll give it a try.
Cool.
Right, do I have any roles affected by near exhaustion, or am I not there yet?
You're not exhausted yet, no.
Okay, good.
So essentially, the only person Cass doesn't trust is Neff.
I feel like it's reasonable given the circumstances.
Cass loves Neff and she trusts her to have fun, but she also is like, I can see you guys. She also knows what Loran's like, and it was like if she got unattached from the carpet, he would be like, leave her. And she would just be there, like, for God's sake, I wasted a spell for nothing.
And
So
don't
she
have
also
any-
doesn't trust Loran.
Yeah, nobody trusts Loran.
To be fair, I also
I
have.
trust Loran. Probably should
Yay!
regret that, but
Kind of. I feel like
What?
Loran would do something for shits and giggles, so.
Yeah, that's the thing. Shits and giggles, Loran, I don't trust.
and
Oh
giggles.
no, that's such a bad pull. And then
I feel
Loran
like
would be there in a real pinch, but
Yeah.
when it comes to things like
You can
this,
trust her
you would
over it, Kat.
100% leave me in the dust or the air.
I think Neff would
Yeah.
definitely blindly trust Loran no matter the circumstance.
Never forget that Loran pushed Brian off a table. He will never forgive him.
And Loran will never forget that Allstair transformed into a snail in front
But
of
he then
the
transformed himself
entirety
into
of
a snail, so I think he made penance, whereas Loran did not push himself off the table, so he has yet to make penance.
Loran
Brian says
was
all of this aloud as we're discussing.
Loran was submitted to a
Yeah.
touch ban for like a week or like a day. I don't remember how long it ended.
It was a few hours before Loran broke him down.
Yeah, but that's not Loran's fault that Brian gave in.
Oh god.
I think both of them have faced penance. They don't need to hold this over each other.
Cass is like, okay, everybody, it's fine. She just hands Bluey the rope and goes, it is going to be a lovely dinner. We can do this. Come on, guys. Do
Remember
this.
how the last one went.
I know, poor Kev.
Shall I roll for something?
You may roll for strength.
Okay. Got a +8 on that.
The room piles onto the carpet. You have
Oh.
a cast balloon floating behind you. How is it? Is it
That's a nat 20.
oh, it's
Louis really doesn't
Right.
want to let go.
You-
Because
you
does,
really
how
don't
strong? I'm like Cass is like, how strong is Bluey looking? Because can she like the idea of doing water sports? Like she's kind of like wants to do some like movements and
Yes.
tricks. She's like posing.
you
like
definitely
she's
can.
gonna like she's gonna Superman it because Superman's in this universe
Yep.
apparently.
Yes.
Yeah, these types of things.
Apparently, yes. So, the first thing I'll say is that Bluey gives it an almighty tug, and you are flung forwards and backwards and forwards and backwards, like on a pendulum almost, just in the sky.
On the
and,
way
like,
forward,
from
Cass is
the
like
first-
this, like woo, and then on the way back she's like,
Woo!
Sorry.
It's a good time.
forget the flying cow. The flying dwarf is where it's at.
Hell yeah. That's the name of a tavern, the Flying Dwarf. I'm going to write that down. Someone down in the streets of Ashisel is just looking out at the night sky like, wow, I'm so excited to open my tavern tomorrow. Wait, is that a flying dwarf? And they just get hit by a whole like ring of inspiration and they get some paint and they're like, this is it. I've been waiting for it. The flying dwarf. Hell yeah. So you guys make your way up the hill and you find yourselves on a cobbled street which is half concealed by trees and half open to the elements. Facing out, you can see the city laid out below you as the sun sets over the ocean. The blue sea is just like shimmering in white golds and orange and amber light. The sky behind it is pink, and it's quite pleasant up here. The breeze is warm. You can smell olives or grapes, a mix of both, on the wind. And Alexa says, so on the other side of this mountain, we have all the vineyards and stuff, and it's great. We make amazing wine, which nobody's allowed to drink here. But she leans in and she says, don't tell anyone, but just for you guys, obviously not for me, I found some.
Alexa, you naughty.
Alexa, you're amazing.
I have my moments. And she
Louis, we
leads
have
you in.
alcohol. Illegal alcohol, so it makes it all the better.
Am I still hanging off?
Yeah.
Oh,
Like,
you're translating. Sorry. Okay.
You're like shouting down from the skies.
We have illegal alcohol.
She just shouts it to everyone. It's in common, so you get the impression not many people will hear. She leads you along this path. It kind of wraps around the mountain just a little bit to a Mediterranean style, if Mediterranean was a thing in this world, Mediterranean style terracotta building. It's only one story with like an open, like kind of rooftop terrace. Quite simple, quite small, with a front garden which is just bursting with life. And in the windows, you can see just light flickering. Somebody's home. Alexa is married. And she throws open the sort of front gate, and she just shouts, Siri! Siri! And you hear the door unlatch, and in front of you see a Goliath man. He is about 7.5, 8 foot tall, pale skin, with a almost completely bald head, just hair shaved very close, wearing a very fancy suit and bow tie.
Aww.
That's really cute.
He has an apron on over his nice clothes, and he's taking off a pair of oven mitts, and he's like, I thought you were going to be a little bit later than this. And Alexa's just like, it's fine, we're here now. And she sort of just like trundles up, and she spins around. She says, welcome to my home.
Thank you.
It's
Thanks.
beautiful.
Thank you. It's
I
lovely.
know. Yes. Enter. And she walks inside.
Pardon the intrusion.
Siri just like nods and waves to all of you and just says, it's a pleasure to meet you. Alexa speaks of you all very often. She thinks you're quite phenomenal.
Nice to meet you too.
Do any of you
Nice to meet
speak?
I
so,
do
those of you who-
speak Celestial.
He says it in Celestial and Goliath. Any of you speak Goliath?
Do not speak them.
No. He looks at like,
But I understand Goliath because I cast a spell, so I'm just like,
oh, there you go. He looks actually quite happy. He's like, you speak my tongue.
for an hour, I'll have to cast another spell. Unfortunately, I don't know it. I've got a magic helping hand.
Oh, well, it sounds like it to me. So it's all the same, I suppose. It's just nice to hear. But come in, and he messages you. No, motions you all in through the door.
He
Closes
says we
the
can
door.
come in.
Inside. Anyone who was hesitating to enter now enters. Daniel also closes the door behind you all, and inside you see just a very simple home. there is a hearth which is has a burning fire. Spitting onto it is a sort of like kebab style meat skewer with vegetables, and it smells amazing. There's fresh bread in baskets on the sort of like a low table, and there are pillows arranged on the floor, Japanese style almost.
I
And
immediately pop around onto the pillows, like sleep there.
Loran almost looks like he might fall asleep, but the smell of bread is just like, yes. It seems to like just wake him up enough. And Alexa returns a moment later with a huge, and I mean huge, barrel in her arms, and she flops it down. And you see in the corner, Siri's just like mild panic when he realizes she's carrying this, and she's like, just kind of just like, fine, this is for you, and she sort of pushes it forward.
Cass' eyes are just like, as soon as she sees the barrel and hears the telltale slosh, it's just like, yeah.
Yeah, even Brian's like, oh, this is going to be good.
Yes.
Cass looks at
And
Slia though and is like, please.
We went through a lot today.
Then drink as much as you need, but make sure you can act not drunk, because if the gendarme get you, then you're like, ooh, that ain't good.
It's okay. I can sober us up before we leave.
We don't want to waste your spell slots. Everyone, if you're approaching the drunk level where you can't act, you're cut off. There'll be performance checks, everybody.
That's
That
actually
works
quite
even
funny.
better.
I like the sound of that. Yeah, I like the sound of that. Also, I'm not drinking, so I could just watch the show.
You can be the judge on whether we have to be cut off.
Mm-hmm. Siri kind of pops his head. He's sort of like gone around the corner. Looks like he's arranging some platters, and he just says, "Please don't cause too much of a ruckus. We do have neighbours. But if you have any magics to stop that sound getting out, then you are more than welcome to use those in this household." Would anybody like a non-alcoholic beverage?
I'll have
And
a
he comes
non-alcoholic
through. He has
beverage.
He has some juice. He hands it to you.
Oh, I can mix it with the wine.
Alexa says, "That would actually be really delicious."
It would
just
be.
say. Mm-hmm.
I'll take some
And-
juice. Takes the juice from Siri, like, sorry.
It's okay. Do with it what you will. I prepared it for you all. And you're able to have as much wine and bread as you like. You kind of settle in, and Alexa and Siri make you very, very welcome, very at home. And at one point, Siri says, if you want to tour, it's very small, but we have some fun things, collections. I love rocks. I like to collect rocks. Not a lot of people are interested in my rocks, but if you are interested in rocks, I have
not?
lots.
Can Slia say in probably very broken Celestial, I would love to?
I like the fact that you're trying so much. Yes, let's have some kebab first, and then I will show you my rock collection.
Okay.
And he passes you all kebabs, and it's very delicious. And you guys are able to have a nice, relaxing meal in front of the fire. It's pretty uneventful unless you make it so. Is there anything you want to ask Alexa and Siri about, or is there anything you want to discuss amongst yourselves whilst you are eating?
Probably not with Alexa and Siri there. Brian will wait.
Cass goes, how did you guys meet?
Oh, okay. So, so it's really funny. I was in the High Solarian, and I was looking through some books, and I was like, wow, these are amazing books. And I was like, had my head right in them, and I closed it, and he was standing there, and I was like, I will marry you one day. And I did.
That is a beautiful story.
Siri just like smiles and is like, that's how it happened.
What were you reading?
Oh, well, there's this new book that they've been translating into a whole bunch of languages recently. It's about these adventurers, okay, who travel the plains, and they all fall in love with fire monsters, and it's called Pyromance.
I'm
Sounds like
interested.
Does the pun translate thanks to the translators.
It's a book
The
about
word-
fire people and falling in love with them.
Yeah, no, it's really good. They're like, it's really funny because they make a lot of puns about how steamy things get. She laughs.
They make lots of steamy puns.
And it's actually, if you think about the logistics, it's actually quite difficult because these fire people are pure like fire on their heads from like the elemental plane of fire. There's a place called the City of Brass, right? Apparently it's a real place. And what happens is if you go to City of Brass, there's like some doors to like first there's doors to the hells, obviously, because hellfire makes sense. And then there's doors to like, rest of the plane of fire. Anyway, so these adventurers get lost in the hells and they end up in the City of Brass. And they're all really hot. Get it? Anyway, they're all really hot. And they go on this quest and they think they're searching for treasure, but the real treasure were the hot firemen and women that they met along the way.
I think it's beautiful, but also sounds like sex was hard because they're fiery men.
Yeah, it just sounds really unrealistic, to be honest. I
women.
mean, why would they even like pyromance her? That just doesn't seem accurate. And Alexa is like, what did she say?
Nothing.
She was saying that she thought the book sounded really interesting.
I'll lend her a copy. It's in Celestial, but I suppose she can use it to research. And Alexa gets up and Siri is like, please don't do this. And he's like, I can move, it's fine. That's Danielle's voice. I can move, it's fine. And heads off to the bookshelf. And Siri just looks at you all and he says, she does a lot of moving.
Really?
I beg her not to. But it's not my place to stop her. She can fly, so.
Very good food you've made.
Yeah, it's
Thank
lovely.
you. I love to cook.
Yes, thank you.
I love to cook and I love to collect things. So, you're all in the High Solarian. Are you all study there?
No.
I did.
No.
I study everywhere.
I think we might have met once before. Points to Allstare. I did sometimes.
You from across large hallways quite a few times.
Oh,
That's the person I'm going to marry. That's the person I'm dating. That's my husband.
Yes.
Now I'm pregnant.
Yes.
That's the father.
Yes.
I think these were the
Yes.
instructions.
Sounds about accurate. He smiles. But the rest of you, what's your story?
We basically just follow this guy around. We're like his posse. Wherever Brian goes, we're just there like. Yeah.
Is that so?
That is 100% accurate. In the
I can vouch for that.
yeah, I've translated.
Brian's posse, showing up.
Loran says, "Wait a second, that
we are
is
Brian's
not at all
posse.
accurate. You're following me around. Actually, I think you'll find.
I think you'll find that you're following Brian. So if we're following you, we're ultimately following Brian. We are Brian's posse. It is happening.
But watch this. Loran gets up.
No.
And he moves
Pulls
towards
him back
the door.
down.
Make a strength check.
With advantage because it's 14.
What's okay? You do manage to. He's just like,
no.
I was trying to make a point because I want to defend you. I wanna.
No, I'll take it. I don't necessarily.
Okay, that's fine.
That reflects the entire situation.
That's it. It's off. Cass switches down to comment. Oh my god, guys, you were so annoying. We're Brian's posse. That's just the way it is.
I think it alternates depending on the needs of the person whose posse we are.
Everyone is so pedantic. Just take a joke. Let us be your posse for the evening and shush.
It is a little bit easier to summarize that way.
Summarize, yes. We're just your posse as opposed to we're a bumbling band of baboons
I like
just
that.
travel around trying to solve problems but making many, many more in our wake.
Bumbling
aimless
band of
wanderers.
baboons.
Okay, Siri
So
says.
just back to Siri. Yeah, so we just follow Brian. It's great.
It's a bit scary, actually. I've been trying to get rid of them for months.
I know, but we just can't. We're like pests. You just can't get rid of us.
Can't.
Siri leans in and he puts a hand by his mouth and he looks at you dead in the eyes and says, "Hey, Brian. Brian, are you okay?"
Blink once.
Am I okay? That's a big question to unpack.
Blink
Siri.
once if you need help.
Brian finds this quite funny. Can I insight check to see how serious he is about this?
Yes.
How serious he is.
22.
22. He seems quite serious.
And I lead into Siri. Siri, I'm fine. I can take all of them. It's great.
Okay, that's fine. All right. He smiles at all of you. That was a very normal conversation that we just had, just so you're all aware. Nothing nefarious at all.
Okay, I
Wow, I
completely
made this
trust you.
weird. I'm so sorry. Rocks?
Do apologise.
Rocks,
Yes.
Rocks.
Yes. Okay. He stands up. Okay. Follow me. And he begins to sort of make his way. Anyone
I will
who's
pull
anyone
around up onto my back.
he's just kind of like flopped over you and you carry. And Siri leads you around the corner and towards a set of stairs that are laid into the wall. There's no banister or anything that lead up to a top sort of cellar style door, except it's leading towards the roof. Attic style door, even, sorry. And he takes you upstairs and he pops the attic open. And you find yourselves on the terrace roof. Up here you can see the entire city laid out before you. It's vast and it's really beautiful. You can see the lights of the High Solarian on top of the neighboring hill, glittering, and you swear you can almost see the blue light of the Chronologica feeding through the stained glass of the tallest tower. But Siri doesn't linger on the view. He heads towards a small shack-like building, like a shed, built on the top of the home. And he says, "This is my shed." And he opens the front of it, and in an instant, the shed in front of you, which looked quite dull, just fairly standard wood from the outside, just lights up as inside you see rows upon rows upon rows of precious stones, all labeled and very neatly categorized by hardness, you can tell. Hardness.
Sorry.
Anna did geology.
Yeah, sorry, Mo's hardness scale. Not the other type of hardness. That's
Yeah, of course.
We'll ignore that one.
Yes. Screams in, I don't understand what's happening here. By hardness and by type, it seems as well, along the walls. And there is a huge almanac, because it looks like the sort of shelves that are built into the walls kind of just like keep going back with other stones, because there's not enough space for all the stones. They're not big. You know that some of these stones could reach very high prices if they were in larger quantities, depending on how depending on the quality of them. But they're no bigger than a bottle cap. But they're all lovingly arranged. And he says, "You can have a look. If you want to see a specific stone, I have this big book." And he hands you all this like huge handwritten tome, which must be like at least this thick, huge for a handwritten journal standards. Not the biggest book you've ever seen.
He's such a treasure.
Yeah. So I have a locket, because sometimes I feel like they're just a bit too nice to keep in this shed. So what I do is I'll take one and I'll just pop it in my locket and I'll wear it underneath my bow tie, and it's a really nice thing. It's quite tall, so some of these upper shelves you might not be able to reach, but I'm very tall, so I can grab those for you and give them to you. Take your time, have a look, and if you want to ask me questions about any of them, then I'm here.
Brian is so touched. He looks at Siri. He's like, "You are a rare and wonderful man."
Slayer looks absolutely delighted.
Yeah, Cass is in her heaven. This is like so many stones. Have any of them been like carved or anything, or is it all are they natural?
They all seem If you ask him, well, the ones you can see all seem natural. There is a little polishing station that he's set up with like magnifying eyeglasses in various sizes, some like reusable canvas gloves.
Okay, Cass will
lots
ask.
of options.
Do you keep them like? Do you like them just natural, or do you carve any of them, or just curious?
I personally don't carve them. My job, you see, I was a geologist for a long time. Hi, Anna. I was a geologist for a long time before Alexa was with child, and so I decided to pause that to look after the home and work on my collection. So I used to, as part of that, when I would find multiples of the same stone, sell them. There's a really lovely shop where you can carve your own little figurines or paint pots and pottery. It's run by one of my close old colleagues, and you can also have some nice tea and coffees while
Ness
you.
and I were there yesterday. It was or this morning. Time. What is this?
Time.
It was lovely, but yes, my dad is a stonemason, so I've carved a little bit in the past.
Where are you from?
Dion in a prayer.
Dion had some marvelous stone crafters, but I heard that quite a tragic thing had befallen them in the last few years, that they lost a lot of people. So I wasn't certain if there would ever be another shipment from there. It's very far away though.
My father wasn't one of the casualties. I don't know if he's still carving. I assume so. It was the only thing he really loved. But yes, so he might still be. If you are still interested in something, I can put you in touch.
There are some gaps in my collection, so I would love to. I'd love to see if there's any Apraean stones that he can bring me. But I will say, if your father is a carver and a fine carver of Dion at that, there is an expedition that leaves from a Shissel every few months. That they're always looking for more people. Yeah, I don't know. It might be something that you or he is interested in. But anyway,
tell him.
Could be something he's interested in. But to answer your question, originally I would carve a few things or send them off. But nowadays I don't have a lot of specimens, so I just the ones that are natural I polish, and the ones that if I can't find a natural one, then I'll find a carved one. But I prefer them when they're rough hewn.
I understand.
Anyway, please look as long as you like. I think I might go and help Alexa. I think she'd like it if we could sit up here and have a little more to drink and watch maybe the stars. So she likes stars. Okay, I'm going to go downstairs. Please, if you are going to take anything out, come and ask for my permission, because I know how to do it.
If we just look at them in here, is that okay? Or
that's fine. And he smiles and heads back down. So you have his stone collection at your disposal.
I think Cass is going to try and find like a really deep black one that just kind of seems to suck in a light, if one exists.
You find 3 actually. You find onyx, black onyx, tourmaline, and obsidian. He has for onyx, he has a carved one. It appears that he couldn't find a hewn version of that. It is carved in the shape of a tiger's face, so just the face of a tiger. Then the other 2 are just rough hewn. It seems to be quite good quality. With your stone cunning, you definitely know that these are. Yeah, would you like to roll?
I think Cass will pick up the tourmaline, because I am partial to tourmaline, and I've never. Actually, this stone has not been great for me. I'm taking a different die. But yeah, I've never used this check, but Cass actually, as a hill like dwarf, actually has a specific thing to do with stones. So
Yep. So would you
I'm
like to
gonna-
roll intelligence with advantage?
Oh, nice. It's so it's not advantage. It's I get double my proficiency.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, that's what I meant. Did
So
forget that.
20, 30.
Fuck yeah, 30. Okay.
Catholic holds the stone as like but
This
it
is a-
specifically tells me the origin of stonework.
The origin.
and
Okay.
stuff.
This appears to be a local stone. From what you've seen of the surrounding area, there doesn't seem to be any kind of repositories that would suit tourmaline, but you get the impression that considering this is a mountainous region, there are plenty of caves to be explored, that many precious stones could be found within them if you look in the right places. You just get a hunch on that. Also, you do notice there's like more than one piece, so it must be quite common here, at least where Siri got it from. It must be quite common. The quality is very good. It's very well cared for. It's been polished recently. And if you ask him about it when he comes back, he sort of helps Alexa sit, puts out a picnic blanket so that anyone who's not looking at the stones or whilst they're waiting for some space to come free can look out onto the scenery. If you ask him about it, he says, yes, so that one is from the deep caves of Shissel. But are you interested in using tourmaline at all?
Tourmaline is supposed to be quite good protection from bad things. So yeah, actually that might not be a bad shout.
Well, that is very true. But it is also said that if you wear it for too long, it weighs upon the soul. So if you have used before, then it might.
Cass is like,
Too many strings attached to these things.
yeah. And Cass is like, lovely, puts it down, backs away.
Oh, triggered by the soul thing. Oh no.
Yeah.
You have a soul, I promise. It's just not not yours
It's just not mine.
at the moment.
Can
Siri
I do
just
a
looks
little
at
oh,
Go on.
can I do a little search for something that anything looks like painite? Just shot in the dark.
Sure thing. You make me an investigation check, first of all. As you kind of rifle through.
Natural 20.
Okay. You look around, you scan the shelves, and you can't seem to find something that resembles the painite that you've seen before, the orange or the purple. However, as you flick through the inventory list, the handwritten one that Siri keeps, you come to the section which writes P, and scrolling down, and I'm just like tracking across, you do see one entry for painite. It appears he's left 5 spaces, but only one is filled. He has one.
Siri,
Hello, yes.
where's your painite?
Are you a fan of rare and precious gems?
Somewhat, yes.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Well, you found the jewel of my collection. I keep it very, very high up. So, and he sort of just like trundles past you, reaches up to one of the tallest shelves, and he pulls out a tray from the sort of like from his shelving unit. It comes out, and it is a glass tray with 5 spaces. And you see there are labels on each space, as though he wants to collect all of this type of painite. I need to actually look up my list, sorry, of the types. Hang on, I can write it down, I remember it. Red, orange. Fuck. No. Yellow. Okay, I do need to look it up. Hang on, I'm so sorry. I can't remember it off the top of my head. Red.
Unforgivable. Get out. How dare you not remember the exact order of the colour of stones that you had, which
Also-
is this obscure reference, and this potentially you might not have even asked for it.
My favorite
Unforgivable.
thing just right then was red, orange, fuck.
Yeah. Red orange.
New color.
Yep, my favorite color is fuck.
All right.
Hang on. That upset me, the words that I just said. Okay.
I don't like it.
I was just distracted. I was looking what you're doing.
Okay. Here we go.
Big gay. Is that
Okay. Red. Orange.
That's great.
Red, orange, white, purple, blue. Yeah, okay. So you see they're labeled red, orange, white, purple, blue. Those are the 5 types.
What does he have?
He has red. A very small piece of red painite. It is
What
no
does-
longer no larger than the size of his thumbnail.
His thumbnail's kind of like that big, though, isn't it?
Like a 50 yen coin.
Okay. Do you know what each type does?
Oh, well, I've only done very sparing research on my own expeditions in my previous posting, but in theory, well, if my theory is correct, the intensity of the stone matches the color, the potency of the magic it creates. So, by this standard, blue would be the most potent, whereas red would be the least potent. Do you understand it works like a conduit?
Yes.
Yes. Well, red would be the least conducive to pulling in arcane materials and magic, which is why I was able to find a piece. I'm able to keep a piece because it's only in this size can I truly actually keep it here without attracting other, less desirable seekers of painite.
Brian's
Without
purple
attracting-
stone was bigger than that one, wasn't it?
Oh yeah. The purple stone was like that big. So it's in density, it's about this thick, but very small, like a pebble. But the purple stone was larger. Yeah, and Siri just says, "Yes, well, this was the best thing I've ever found." And thing is, it didn't actually come from a repository of painite, but the burial ground we were excavating. And whoever was buried there was buried with this alongside them. And we originally took all of the things out, excavated the site to research them. And I have a history with caring for and looking after precious stones. So they asked me to keep this here and safe where I could store it. And it's been here ever since, and nobody ever came back for it. So I just hold on to it. Technically, it's not mine, but I call it mine.
Cass is
just
going to Arcana check
cheeky.
it when he says that he got it from burial ground and it's a conduit. She's just going to
Sure.
Arcana check it.
Yeah.
Did you find out whose burial ground it was?
Well, that wasn't necessarily my area of expertise, but I was kind of called in just to excavate. But I'm sure I could get the information for you. I know some people who worked on the site. They're still in the High Solarian. So if you're sticking around a little while, or if you give me a way to contact you, then I can probably get you that information.
That would be great. I might need to talk to you just about this particular stone. He looks around. I guess everyone actually, because it's fine. Siri, I know you're very attached to this piece of painite, likely because you are such a purveyor of fine jewels and gems. If I were to tell you that there were many great things at stake, and this painite could potentially help alleviate some of those situations. Would you allow me to borrow it?
Ooh.
Like end of the world kind of things.
Cass, make your Arcana check while we
28.
8. Okay. It's quite
28.
magical.
28.
Oh, 28. Oh, it's fucking magical. And it's like the most magical thing in here by far. That you know that stones have sort of conducive powers for magic, and this one more than any other, even in this small amount. This small amount, you get the impression, has the same amount of magic that a sapphire the size of your fist might, in terms of its potency. And this is the least potent type, so it's
Can I
it's quite
sense
something.
anything in particular about it? So like, I was kind of as part of just seeing how magical it was, because it was from a burial ground and it acted as a conduit. So it was also just kind of like,
if you take
seeing
it, you can
if
do your stone cunning.
Okay.
That might be more what you're looking for when it comes to the
Okay.
burial ground.
Alright.
So, Ulster, I would like you to make a persuasion check, just straight.
Can I help?
21.
21. Okay. Not in this instance, because this is Brian's been sort of pushing it. But if you want to do your stone cunning, then we can get to that right after we've done this.
Sure.
Siri looks down at the painite. He straightens his bow tie. The fate of the world, you say?
Potentially, yeah.
I can't say yes now, because like I said, it's not actually mine. It's on loan. No one's come back for it. They might have forgotten it's here. If you can get permission from the High Solarian, I will give it to you.
Would Corvius do?
Corvius is yes, Corvius would do.
Okay. I've also just had a worrying realization, but you know what? Thank you, Siri. This has been really helpful and beautiful piece in your collection. I'll come back with Corvius's permission.
Do
Hopefully.
you want me to just message Corvius?
Oh, you can do
I
that.
would, if possible, I would prefer it in writing, so that if anyone does come back for it, I can show them the proof.
Understood.
Not that I don't trust you, of course not, but I mean more, I don't want to put... And he looks over at Alexa, and he says, I'm not ignorant to how powerful and rare this is. I don't want to put my wife in danger, or myself, or our
No.
unborn child, and I'm just a little bit worried about that, but not that I don't trust any of you. A buffer would be nice.
Yeah. I mean, having it maybe in your house in itself might not be the safest place for it, just considering, but I know you'll do your best to look after it and your family, so I'll come back to you with permission as soon as possible.
Okay. I think I can trust you. So, when you have what we need, it's yours. For now, at least.
Thank you, Sue.
Right, I made meal fee, so I'm going to go and get that. And he goes, lets you peruse the rest of the collection if you wish to, and comes back with a multi-layered cream crepe cake. Cuts a piece for all of you. There's strawberries on top, berry coulis to go alongside, and he hands it around. And you're able to finish your meal. And Alexa crosses her legs, and I think she sidles up next to you, Slyer. And she says in very slow, broken common, I try for you, 'cause you try for me.
Aww.
Oh,
And she points up and she says, Flying Star. And you can see there are just a few shooting stars just whoosh.
I'll
In the
make a little wish.
And she points up and she says,
Thank you.
many moons. And you see the brightest moon in the sky and the $2 moons surrounding it.
Does Bluey know any like with regards to like the dessert? Does she remember any like sort of like thank you in Celestial and like
Make an
picked up
intelligence
from?
check.
Oh, yeah, it's just straight intelligence.
Yes, Chloe Sparks, straight intelligence.
Cool. Yes. Okay.
Haha.
Oh, so that's an unnatural one.
Oh,
Okay,
baby girl.
Oh.
you know exactly how to say thank you in Celestial. So you may say thank you.
Mm.
And Alexa is like, "Ah," says something to you in Celestial back, which anyone who can speak around you, anyone who can speak Celestial around you hears.
Give me the deets.
I'm married.
What did Bluey
Can I
say?
hear
What
what
did
Yeah, what did
Bluey
Bluey
say?
say?
Bluey says, well, Bluey would have said something along the lines of, I think you're the most beautiful woman I've ever seen.
Bluey, that's quite a compliment.
Wow, Bluey.
Bluey has a partner, I say to Alexa. I'm sure she's just being effusive.
What would she say? I understand. But
Bluey, what were you trying to say in Celestial?
Thanks for the beautiful dessert.
Oh, okay, you said she was the most beautiful woman in the entire world, pretty much.
You basically called her the dessert.
No, the food dessert. Trying to point to the dessert. No, I mean, you're nice, but I wasn't trying to call you a dessert. But the
Gonna help
dessert looks
at
very
all.
nice.
She's going to leave Bluey to flounder in this because she's finding it highly entertaining.
Can Slia attempt
I'm
to
going
translate?
to subtly translate. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Also, yeah.
Slia, make an intelligence check because you're not amazing at Celestial yet.
It's true. It's very broken.
Mm-hmm.
All right. It's a 16 plus 2 because I have an intelligence modifier. 18. I think Emma's frozen.
Huh.
I think so. Oh no.
God damn.
That is a nice red. I really like that red.
Yeah, that's a
It is a
nice
really nice
red.
red.
I like it.
My
Red.
favorite kind of red. So obviously I gave it to Loren. And I think it's Brian's favorite color, right?
Yeah, that's Brian's favorite color.
Hence Loren wears it.
Burgundy.
Sly, what did you roll?
It was an 18 in total.
18 total. You are able to, in very broken Celestial, just about convey, with a lot of hand motions as well, what Bluey is trying to say. And Alexa just smiles and pats you on the back, Bluey, and says, maybe in another parallel universe, but not this one. Actually, probably not even then, because we are from different worlds.
Seriously, Brian.
You know what? I don't think this conversation needs to have an end. I think we should just let it peter off like that. I say to Bluey.
Is that what she said?
Definitely. The end.
The end. And with that, you guys have, with a final cup of wine, bring your evening to an end. You are offered rolls of bread, spare meat skewers, pieces of cake to take along the road with you, and Alexa and Siri wave you off at the door. And you leave Siri with a promise to come back with written permission from Corvius to take your piece of painite to wherever it needs to go. And we will take a quick break there. So we will go to the loo, 10 minutes, and then we'll get back
See.
in.
Sounds
Okay.
good.
See you in a bit.
audio boom and
Boom.
video boom.
The
Boom.
audio like boom.
We're back.
Okay. Amazing. So. Let's go back to the minutes. All right. So. You all make your way back to the High Stellarian, and it's sleepy time. You get the impression.
But I need to tell them stuff.
Oh, you want to talk to Siri and Alexa?
No.
Is it Brian?
Oh, you want to talk to Corvius now? Okay.
No,
For sure.
no, I want to talk to the people here right now.
Oh yeah, for sure.
In
Okay,
private.
so as you all cool, you guys make your way back to the High Stellarian. You can talk on the way. You can talk in your rooms, whichever you prefer.
Private, please.
Okay.
In the
So
room.
when you get back to Allstairs' rooms, Loran pops up a sanctum, and you can speak whatever you like. Speak freely.
Cool. I would like to give them a summary of everything Karul said, if that's okay.
For sure.
So you may refer to Ed's notes for summary of
Yep.
that.
Yeah,
And I would also like to point out a thought that Brian had, and he wants to know if he's being paranoid. So we know that Siri has Paynite, and I was like, oh, I'll take the Paynite and I'll take it to Zarina because that was the plan all along. But then I had a thought, what if Karul is waiting for that? What if he's waiting for me to bring the Paynite to Zarina, and then he goes in that Paynite and that's how he gets out? Like, it kind of makes sense, like, because if he thought we were bringing Ender to him, he could have swapped his and Ender's soul. Ender's soul would go into his body and maybe be executed, and Karul's soul would go in the stone. I don't know. Am I being extremely paranoid, or is this a valid argument?
I think even if you are being extremely paranoid, I think at this point everything should be treated with extreme paranoia. So you're not.
Yeah, I don't think you can be too cautious right now.
No, I think
all
right
valid.
now there is no stupid idea.
Could
Looks at
Serena
that.
look at the Paynite away from where Karul is? Maybe on a different plane?
Yeah, I was going to ask if she wanted to come here, but it's difficult because Karul's going on trial, so... Oh yes, we have to go to his trial as well. Everyone here. All of us.
Oh. Okay.
That's going to be fun. I am looking forward to it. Oh, so you gave everybody a rundown of what Karul said already, right? So Loran would have heard that as well. Okay. Mm-hmm. Daniel says, do I have to go?
Wait, was Daniel there?
Yeah, Daniel's been here the whole time.
Oh, I guess it's Daniel. No. You're fine, Daniel.
Okay. Wow, the way you make it sound, it's like I'm not very special, but maybe this is something you don't want to be special about, right?
You really don't want to be special to Karul.
Okay.
I mean, you can say you're special because you don't have to go.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, you're right. I'm so special.
Yeah.
The chosen one. Anyway.
In fact, Daniel, why don't you can go to bed now. I mean, we're just going to talk about Karul, and it's depressing and dangerous for you. So...
The chosen one to go to bed. I don't know.
The chosen one.
Oh. I don't know. I'm not particularly tired. But if you guys
Isn't
want
it
to have...
like nighttime?
Yeah, it's nighttime, but it's not late.
Okay, better idea. Daniel, do you want to go get some tea and we'll come join you? Because I actually don't want you to be in danger in any way, shape, or form. And maybe I shouldn't say these things in front of you. I just kind of trust you, but I don't want to put you in harm's way.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm gonna go and do that. I'll go make some tea.
Oh. As Daniel leaves, Brian gives her a hug and says, I just want to protect you.
I know, Brian. Guys, I know I'm not, like, really magical or anything. But I do want to help. And, if ever me being here is more difficult than fun, can you tell me? Because the last thing I want to be is a burden to all of you. And I know that that would be extremely difficult because I'm so amazing, but But sometimes I don't actually think I'm that amazing. Did you hear what I just said?
I'm gonna
Did you
put.
just hear that?
Can I
Did you
put?
just hear?
Can I, as Neff, put a hand on Daniel's shoulder? Daniel, you've been a tremendous emotional support, and really, I have no filter. So if you were a burden, I probably would have said so by accident.
Yeah, you would have.
I think so.
Daniel, you can't. You are amazing. You are not a burden.
Just the way you are.
Who else would I be voguing with if you left?
That's so true. You wouldn't be able to tear them to absolute shreds without me. I'm half.
Me
I'm
and
like
you-
half
me and
the
you,
intimidating.
We go and give people shit when they're mean to our friends. So
That's true. Okay.
I'm gonna have some tea with you as soon as our conference here is done, and then we can vogue
me
together.
too. Well, Neff and I will vogue to you, and then we'll vogue to the tea.
Okay. Tea. 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 Begins to walk out the room.
Tea, tea,
Close the door behind
Can
her.
I insight check her after me
Yeah.
and Neff said that to see whether that actually made her feel happier, or if she's still like not that happy?
Sure.
What is my insight? Oh, it's not very good. 12.
12. With a combination of Brian, yourself, and Neff sort of all chipping in a bit, the sort of slump of her shoulders seems to sort of return back to their regular shape. But, if she's in her funk a little bit, then only time can cure that. So,
Also,
She
I'm
seems
going to roll a
right to back that
perception check.
I'll also roll. Would you like to also roll one for your familiar?
Yes. So, that was cool. Right. So for me, that is 12.
Mhm.
For my familiar,
Mhm.
roll better, die.
Roll better or
That
die.
is not. Yeah,
Or
no,
you
that is also
Die.
that is also 12.
Okay. I will bear those numbers in mind. Okay.
And
So, you
Cass taps the keys, and she's like,
still there. Still there. What they're for, you do not know still. But they're there. Okay. So, is there anything else you want to accomplish this evening altogether?
Vogue with
Just want to
Daniel
make sure.
afterwards.
Just want to make sure everyone knows like the full danger that Carol presents. But I think they know. But Brian's going to say it again and again, and maybe a third time, just for good measure, to make sure everyone understands.
Oh, that sounds really dangerous. So how come we have to all go to the trial?
Anyone who was directly affected by Carol. I mean, Zarina said that it was mostly me as a primary witness and Loran and Saraza, since they were big targets. But I think all of you have to come. I mean, maybe you don't have to, but it's a very good idea. Speaking of which, I should probably message my parents and say I don't want the King's trials to overlap with Carol's trial.
You have a timetable clash. Okay, that sounds like a good idea in that case. I'll try to be as helpful as I can.
Oh, and I wanted to check everybody for marks.
Okay.
Loran
Neff strips.
opens his mouth and then he closes it because he's like, no, this is not the time for stupid jokes. Okay, you want to check everyone for marks, make investigation checks all around? Just do me one group check.
oh, finally a better roll. 27.
Yep. So yeah, anyone who's rolling is just one roll for everybody you're checking. So if 27 Cass, you
27.
27, yeah, you don't find anything. Other than
can I also Arcana check specifically looking for anything Alani Karuli?
Sure thing. Yeah. I'll hold on to those. Ulster and Bluey, did you roll?
17.
17. Similar thing. You can't find any marks that are ones you did not expect to see there. And Blue, Sparks.
10.
10. You find tons of marks. You're like, is Ulster? You're covered in them.
He just looks at Bluey
like freckles.
Yeah. He just looks at Bluey like, really? Unnatural marks.
There are many.
I
I will. He stopped. Bluey, you feel a hand settle over yours. Loran says, "Don't worry. If you're concerned, I will count all of them myself later."
We'll see if they match the record.
There's a lot of.
I am willing to put in the work.
How can you keep up with it? That's a lot. Okay.
I am
trust
willing
you.
to put in the work.
Wait, Lorraine, you know how many freckles the bride has?
On certain parts of his body, yes.
This is a wonderful conversation. I think we should actually go to bed.
Like his face, right?
Yes.
With my Arcana, I got 21.
21. General vibes-wise, everybody seems clean.
Yeah.
You do feel inside you, whilst you have an abundance of Fey energy, sort of on the surface, that core is still fiendish.
Yeah.
As you know.
When I was looking at Arcana, I was also like checking everyone, but I was specifically wanting to check Brian of more than
Cass.
anyone.
Yeah. Cass, can you make me an intelligence check, please?
Just straight up and down.
Yep.
God, these rolls today are very middle of the road. 12.
12, okay. I think this is for general information, and I think it would have come across your mind just in a fairly basic form, considering where you are, considering what you're looking for. Casting your mind, thinking on what sort of magical marks. You're like, okay, well, if I couldn't find any, there might be some invisible ones. I might have to research marks, fiendish marks. I wonder if I could research fiendish contracts and how they work. You're in the High Solarian. If there was ever going to be a place to do it, other than the Hells or Elemental Plane of Fire, this is probably the place.
Cool.
Just so you are aware.
Cool. Before we all vogue to tea, Cass is gonna look around at the group and be like, in our meeting with Zarina, she did also say how of the group, Brian, myself, and Leah were particularly weak points because of our various connections. And I want to apologize for my connection with Alan, which I don't know where it will end. He's obviously still got a lot of power over me. I will never betray you guys ever. But I think it might get to a point where things go really bad for me. So, but I'm a very different person than the person that signed that contract. I didn't really know what I was doing, but I didn't really care either. But you guys have shown me that there's a better way. And yeah, I promise that if ever I'm put in a position where I have to choose between you and Alan, it will always be you. And I might have to just take myself out if that's the problem. So just love you all, and sorry that I'm potentially a very problematic individual as we try and stop the person that holds my soul. So sorry.
Oh, that's okay. We all are in our own ways.
Cass is gonna cast dimension doors to the T, and she's out.
You on that note? Oh my god.
Okay. Yep, that happens. Danielle's like, holy shit! As you appear in the middle of her room.
Chokes on her tea.
Well, let's do tea.
I don't want to vote because I have no fucking clue what I'm doing.
Oh yeah, no, just
I can T-pose.
We're not voguing. We're just we're terrible voguing. We're just
T-posing. T-pose. Yep.
T-pose with the T. Pose with the T. T-pose with the T. T-posing.
Oh my god.
No.
I love it.
No.
The spectrum.
Alright, can I go join the T-posing?
If you extricate yourself, you may, yes.
Extricate myself. I would like to extricate myself.
You do that. If nobody stops you.
That word sounds weird.
I'm gonna go to bed. I think Brian's pretty upset by what Cass said. He just takes Lauren's arm. He's like, well, see you guys tomorrow.
Okay.
Hmm.
Have a good night,
Did you wanna
Brian.
send that message before bed?
Oh, yeah. Can you just message my father, please, and say that Karul is going to trial and we don't if possible, there could not be an overlap between the trials. Brian sounds like he's lost all the energy. He's like, if that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
Have you told them about the trial beforehand? Just because you might have mentioned it in your conversations during the ice desert that we wouldn't have played out. But what do you think?
No, he's definitely mentioned it.
Sure.
Because they've had the talk about them going into the trial, remember?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All good. So, as Bluey and Slayer, you leave. Slayer, you are able to send that message if you like.
Mhm.
Okay. It takes a moment, but in response, you just hear, "We will do what we can. If we can help with Kurul's trial in any way, tell us what we can do." And that is...
Pretty cool. Roll me to the witness stand.
I say Slea goes back into the room to tell Brian the reply.
Oh.
Because she had to
Anyway,
step out for the sanctum.
Well, I don't really know what they could do apart from giving evidence themselves. I know my mother can't leave the Messiah though, so you can ask maybe if you don't mind. I mean, I know you want to do your sendings to Farinia, so it's okay if you don't have that many slots left. It's like I can, yeah.
Oh, it's fine. I have plenty.
Okay, just one more, please.
Okay, please, okay.
That energy.
Would you like to say?
Maybe just give them the offer. If my father wants to present any evidence, since he was directly affected by Kurul, then he's welcome to, but neither of them have to do anything more than maybe keep it in mind when they call the trials, because I wouldn't want to be, torn between them. That's not going to fit in 26. Okay, just, yes, please do with that what you will.
How do you transfer that into adequate words, Slayer?
Sorry.
The first bit will be like exactly like word for word of like if you would like to testify in any way against Kurul, but also conveying the like Brian's
The need to not be double booked.
Yeah.
Okay. The wording would be...
Okay.
If I let you just send a vibe, then there's no limit
No,
to
I
what
know.
vibe send.
I know. Basically, it would be something. It would be.
If you need a moment to write it down, we can go through other people's things.
Yep.
Okay. So, Bluey, you have...
I'd like to try and find Danielle, but also Cass, but I don't think she knows where Cass dimension door to. So
You know where Danielle's been
finding
sleeping?
Danielle would... Oh no, she went. Didn't you go down to get tea?
I assumed it was going
Or
to
did
be in her room.
Oh.
I assumed she was
I
going
don't.
to
I
have tea in
don't
her
know where
room.
Daniel.
She would have said in her room, just to make for the sake of brevity.
Okay, in her room. Well, I'll go. I'll kind of like.
Sure.
I want to chat.
You T-pose all your way. T-pose all the way towards your room. No, Danielle's room. And inside you find Cass, and Neff would have made it here by now. And Danielle sitting on one of the beds having tea?
Mm-hmm.
Or something stronger?
Cass's tea is alcohol.
Neff's tea
course,
is...
She took a
teacup.
teacup and she filled it with alcohol, and she's like, "Yum."
George, could you please redo your camera? It's really delayed.
Oh,
Sure.
yeah.
It's
just
like a
delayed.
PowerPoint presentation. Here's Georgia's slide
Emma
43
back.
and slide
You're back,
44.
yes.
And slide 45.
You can see good head movement.
I'm having non-alcoholic tea. Now he's trying to drink less.
Cass is definitely drinking more at the minute.
Okay. All right. So you all make your way over to your various bedrooms, your various tea rooms, and you can settle in for a night's rest. Salaya? How are we looking?
I think I've got it.
Okay.
You captured the vibe.
Oh, it's definitely captured Brian's vibe.
Okay. Let's hear
If
it.
you would like to testify against Cruel, that's yes. But just not scheduling during the trial would be great. All Sarah.
Okay. That is Brian's vibe. You hear it. Understood, I think. Thank you, Slayer. And that's all you get in response.
Slayer's ears are just bright violet.
Aha!
Everything okay?
He would have called you Lady Slayer, sorry.
Yes, I think he got the message.
Thank you for doing that. I won't ask anymore. I'll just leave. I mean, thank you. Good night.
I should just leave. It's
Loran is like, wait, but where do you intend to go? Shu and I are here.
This is our room.
yes.
Yes.
I thought about that. Well, I wouldn't say leave, but I will.
I'm going to leave now! It steps to the right. I do not see it.
I think before she steps out of the sanctum, she's just gonna say that I think you make an excellent point about Ender's Pay Night.
Thank you. I hope I'm not right, but if I am, okay, Loran, 1 second. We'll discuss it further. I'll get permission to get the pay night and maybe ask Serena to come to us. Good night. He turns around and picks up Loran.
And
Slay goes back to her room with Bluey.
roll off. Yes. Okay. You're able to do your nightly sendings if you want to as well, Spire?
Yes, she just wants to. Her one to Fernie is just, I love you. I started learning Celestial, which I think you know. Maybe we can practice together until I have a handle on it.
She replies in Celestial. Ah! No. She says, in what you can understand, I would love that. And that's pretty much. That's pretty much as you understand. You get the impression that maybe she says something along the lines of like, "Love you," blah blah blah, blah, but you can't quite catch the whole meaning of those words yet.
Yeah. Can I also do a couple to my mother?
Yes, you may. Let's go.
So she says, this is going to be a couple of sendings, guys, so just I don't know if you've been by the forge lately, but I got to see her. You were right to hide this from me.
Assuming you're referring to Phrynia.
Phrynia, yeah.
Janzi replies. Janzi replies. I stop by as often as I can, and she is doing very well. I'm happy for the both of you. How are you?
I'm all right. I have questions about Odyssey, Elijah, and the tome, but most of these are going to need to wait until I can see you.
Tell me when you're coming and I will make time for you.
Thank you. Stay safe. I love you.
And I love you. More than there are stars in the sky. And that's what she said.
That's a hell of a lot.
Knock down all those spell slots, please.
Oh, I did. I did.
All right. Neff, Bluey, Cass, is there anything you'd like to say to Daniel before you all turn into sleep?
I think Cass is
There
just
is-
going to try and hug Danielle and just be like, "We love you."
I'll join
I saw
in
your
the hug.
message. Daniel says, "Thank you." And Cass, I don't think that you should say those things because we're going to protect you.
Very much agreed. We are going to kick Alan's ass.
Hell yeah, we are.
That's
Like,
actually
I-
what I wanted to
Yeah.
say. But yeah, both of you, to Danielle, your mind is mean to yourself sometimes, and that sucks. But know that you are not a burden. And Cass, you don't have to apologize for Alan's shitty actions. Because you do all you do, which is good, and you do a lot. So yeah.
Wow, Bluey, that was a real mic drop. I'm going to give you a hug now. Take this as the treasure it is, okay? And she
It is a
comes forward
treasure.
and she gives you a big hug and she squeezes.
Really,
Cass,
that
you
was
have
really
to
well
hug
said.
her too. It is the law.
Really hugging her.
It's the law.
Neff, you're breaking the law right now.
Huh. I immediately go in for the hug. And I become a law-abiding citizen.
Yeah, you do. Lawful good. Lawful good.
That brings back
Only time
memories.
you'll ever be lawful good.
Do you remember the days of me being lawful good? I don't. Steals chicken.
No. Because even when you were lawful good, you were chaotic neutral.
I reckon I was
Yeah.
lawful good for like
Such
at
a
least
lie.
2.5 sessions. Total.
Okay, I'll give you two sessions.
Two sessions?
I'll give you
Maybe.
2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Yeah.
2 in-game minutes. That's like 2 sessions.
2 in-game minutes.
I don't know. I think Neff is a perfectly law-ish abiding citizen.
Law-ish abiding?
Aren't we all? Lawish.
Lawful-ish.
She's lawless good.
Lawless good? I stole a chicken, but I stole it for Loran. Lawless good.
Basically, this AU's modern Robin Hood, aren't you?
I'd like to think so.
Except for
Yeah.
Loran is anything but the needy.
Except
He is needy, but in other
He's
ways.
needy, but he is not needy.
Yeah.
I think maybe instead of being Robin Hood, I'm more like Robin.
Robin Hood. Robin Hood. I'm glad we've established this piece of law.
Bluey, that was
She
really
steals from
profound.
the rich and gives to the simps.
Oh dear.
Cries. Cool. So, all of you settle in.
Before
To sleep.
we,
Yes.
if everyone's going to sleep, is that like a rooftop gardeny place in the house area?
There is a courtyard. There's a courtyard.
Once I
Open to
think
the
everyone's
sky.
fallen asleep, I think Cass is gonna just sneak out and just go sit out there for a little while.
Sure thing. Anything you're thinking of or anything you're looking for?
Not looking for anything in particular. I think she's just deeply sad and just drinking and is just chilling out in the cold for a little bit. I don't think she's really trying to think of anything in particular because I don't think she wants to think. But she can't
much-
sleep because she's scared of dreams.
No think.
Nothing, just drink.
Make a perception check.
That was cocked.
No, thank you, message.
Ooh. Dirty 20.
Dirty 20.
Sorry.
You're drinking. You kind of flop back on the grass. and you hear a set of footsteps. Cass? And looking around, you see Gerald. He is walking up to you. He's holding a stack of books, 3 library books. And you know that this pathway leads to the rooms that he and Valis would hold. And he just kind of looks at you confused from the cloisters and just says, "Is everything all right?"
Sure.
Oh. So you cut out a little bit, sorry.
Cass is just going to be like, as well as you are doing.
That's concerning.
Yeah.
Would you like company?
I would love company.
And he sort of hops over the wall and approaches you. Sits down, he kind of sets the books on the ground. He kind of draws his knees up to his chest and he just says, "Does this have anything to do with your ungodly patron, by any chance?"
Yeah, he's the main source of my personal angst these days. Cass passes Jerome the bottle that she's swigging from.
He looks at it. He places it on his other side. Best for me to stay alert. But
I thought as much, but I thought I'd offer anyway.
thank you, that's kind of you. You know, I have some experience with owing allegiance to beings you'd rather not owe allegiance to. If that is what's ailing you, there are ways to break from that. Not the easiest of ways, but there are ways.
Well, I'd be very grateful to hear of any of these ways, because I'm trying, but it's not super successful right now.
What have you tried?
Shifting from a fiend to a fae patron to try and break the connection. On the surface, like, my magic is now pink and sparkly, but I don't still have control or over my own soul. So it's also, I'm more concerned about the effect it might have on the group the more we get involved with these things. As much as I don't have control over my afterlife, that's bad, but I'm concerned with what power Elan has over me whilst he still has my soul while I'm alive.
I see. You know, until the original contract is broken, it's quite impossible. But when I say contract, it's not an intangible thing. It's real. It's something that could be found and stolen. This much I know. You just have to look for it. And I think knowing you, you'll be able to find that.
I hope so.
I hope so too. Cast roll a perception check with disadvantage.
Oh, they're double teaming me. Little snakes. Is my familiar, though, does that cancel that out? Because my familiar is always watching.
Go it straight then.
Okay, that is 23.
It's a draw. Just as you feel a hand clasp out in front of your chest, you grab it simultaneously and you look down, and just peering like like the shadow of a hand, you see a mage hand. And Jarell just goes, "Well, there was an attempt. But I meant what I said."
thank you, and nicely done, Maria. But I have to try a little
There it
harder
pops out of
next
the
time.
bush. I will get you. Swamps
I
back down.
don't doubt that. I don't doubt it.
I had to give him a chance. Anyway,
I think because he asked me what I do with my mage hand. I don't know if that is there something on him that I can try and steal, or I don't know if I want to kind of like
on Nerio,
chicken leg him on Nerio, or so, I want to
You
do
could probably-
something.
you could
but I
probably
can't
pull
wa-
one of his ears. His ears are just about sticking out of the hedge. You could probably like pull one of them,
Okay.
just kind of like playfully.
Okay, I'm going to do that.
Okay, you kind of Chad, and you just kind of like ain't going. He kind of pops out, and he's like, "Really?"
Really,
Pops back in, and Joel gets up and he offers you a hand. Best not sleep outside, where who knows what can find us.
I won't stay here long, but I think I'm going to stay here for a little bit longer.
All right. Light
I'll
reading?
bring.
He offers you a book.
What is the book?
Pyromance, Volume 1.
I think I've had enough with fiery, devilly fiends for one evening. I think I'm just going to sit for a bit longer. Reaches over, takes the alcohol back, and is like, "I'll bring Brian to you tomorrow."
Thank you. And with that, he leaves, and Valis follows him through the corridors. All of you find yourselves in deep sleep. All stare. You there?
We're always here. It's just because
Always
I always
here.
slept.
I just want to, I just want to wait until you can reply before I say anything. Cool. So, all stare as you close your eyes to sleep. Through the darkness, something begins to shift.
Immediately, he's like,
Your dreams take shape.
oh no. Never mind.
As your dreams take shape, and you feel something constrict around you. And
Just
a
Loran.
part of your brain, a part of your brain that has clung to consciousness rationalizes it, knows that this has to be Loran or Shu. But when you look down, you see a serpent, golden, crushing your rib cage. You can feel it clicking, fracturing out of place. It presses your arms so close to your side that your fingers turn blue, and your feet twitch and jerk as though beset by rigor mortis. And this is a serpent of golden scale and golden eye, and it looks at you. And it opens its jaw, and for a moment you think it's going to swallow you whole. But where the jaw pops open, you see a portal, no, a mirror, a reflection of possibility. You see Loran. You see him fighting by your side, struck down by fire.
No.
A fire of your own making that you cannot control. Bright blue, powerful. You pull it back and it goes through each phase that you know fire goes through. Blue, purple, white, orange, and then red as it simmers in embers on the ground. And you look around for Loran, a body part, because you know you can bring him back. But where his body once lay, there is now only ash. And you reach at your throat to the locket where you keep his hair. But it's too hot to touch, and it falls from your hands. And when it hits the ground, that too dissipates into ash. And you are scrambling, elbow deep, in this black soot-like material that seems to go down, down, endless. The remnants of your husband. But there's nothing there now. And you hear laughing behind you. And you already know who it is. You don't even have to turn. Carol walks, even in his circle, around his chair, the same that Zarina left him in. You look towards him, and you're in the basement of the seat of the Sealy Court, where once there was ash, there is only the sand ground, and where you scrambled to clutch at Loran, or what left of him, your hand has broken through the border of the circle, and the magic dissipates. And he says, "Thank you," before walking out, right past you, leaving you on all fours. And the serpent's mouth snaps shut, consuming you in darkness. And you jerk awake.
Fun.
You're welcome. And you jerk awake. And Loran is beside you.
I think Brian's like crying a little bit, but he just like doesn't want to wake Loran up, so he just puts his hands like over his face and just sits there to calm down for a little bit, and then he'll try and lie back down with Loran and just like hold on.
You were little spinning him before, but now, even subconsciously, he can sense your distress, and he pulls you in close. And you estimate you have about an hour before you have to wake up to get Loran up to the Chronologica again. Neff!
That was so fun.
Neff. We haven't done one of these in a long time, have we? Dream sequences.
I'm very scared now.
Cass was right to not want to go to sleep. This is what happens when you sleep.
Okay, alright.
Neff.
Yeah, I'm here. Hi.
You hear footsteps.
Huh.
Echoing footsteps.
Wait, who is it?
There is no response. And you sit up, and you're still in your room. In the High Solarian. From beyond the doorway, you see a gold glowing light. And the shadow of a person passing by. What do you do?
Can I investigation check the shadow to see if I can recognize if the shadow matches anybody I know?
You can certainly try.
Okay, we'll try.
Every moment you wait, those footsteps get quieter and quieter.
Okay. Investigation, is it?
Mm-hmm.
Let me throw a concept your way. Could I insight check the shadow to do kind of the same thing?
I'm gonna say no.
Okay. Alright, investigation.
I'm gonna say no, just because if it was a shadow attached to a person, or you could sort of get both bits of information, I'd say yes. But
that's a 4 for
there's
my
not enough.
investigation.
4.
Bluey?
A shadow. Bluey, maybe.
Bluey?
Nothing. Doesn't stop. Footsteps are getting quieter. You're almost losing them now.
Oh, okay, Mia.
The light is dimming, darkness swimming in your vision.
Can I peek underneath the door?
It's bright white, slowly dimming to grey. Sorry, bright gold, slowly dimming to grey.
Can I Can I stealth and attempt to kind of open the door and just kind
Roll a
of...
stealth check for me, please.
Alright. Come on, dice, please. Roll better. Not like that. That's not better. It's a 7.
7. Okay. You believe you are stealthed. You open the door with a creak. You open the door into the passageways of the palace at Eldralith's Watch.
Wait,
Golden terracotta halls
oh.
built from warm-coloured stone. There is a ascending set of stairs in front of you that leads up to another level, and then another. You've been here before. You recognize the way you're going, the way the dream wants you to go, as the way to Elijah's lab. And you can still hear those footsteps.
Are the footsteps heading towards Elijah's lab?
Yep.
Where did the footsteps come from?
They seem to be coming from all around you, but something is pulling you, letting you know the person is in that direction. They echo like footsteps against marble.
Okay, I think I'm stealth. I'll just try to follow it a little bit.
You follow the footsteps, and there's nobody else around.
Bluey.
Still thinking it's Bluey, you turn the corner, and you see them at the end of a hallway. It's not Bluey. Wearing silver and bronze-coloured armour.
Oh no.
A cape in cobalt blue and gold. Hair swept up by the wind.
Oh no.
You see Osha, with her back to you, sword at her side,
Huh.
walking towards Elijah's lab.
I'll call out. Osha!
No response.
Can I insight check her from this distance?
I'll allow it then.
Okay. Oh. Okay.
You get a moment just as she turns. She's about to turn a corner. You can just about see her face.
Why? Come on, guys. I've got a good modifier though. It's a 2 plus an 8, so it's a 10.
10. It's hard to say from this distance, but
Curse the
she
dice.
looks like she's walking with purpose.
Purpose.
That much you can tell just from her gait.
Would I get the impression that she doesn't want to be bothered?
The further she gets away from you, the dimmer your surroundings become. If that is able to tell you anything.
Oh, okay. I don't know if Neff would necessarily... I'm super curious, but I don't think Neff would like this stream. Can I perception check my surroundings?
Yeah.
Slightly better, still not great. That's a 16.
16. You know this is definitely the palace at Eldralith's Watch. You've been here before. Everything is as you specifically remember it,
Okay.
as far as you're aware. And Osha is here. Usually there's a lot more people lining these walls, guards, etc. But
Yeah.
at the moment it's just the two of you. Also it seems.
I'll try yelling her name louder this time to see if she responds. Osha!
You can just about see the back of her head just disappearing behind the corner of the wall. You call out her name, Osha, and unfortunately she doesn't reply.
She doesn't reply. No, I'm just going back to bed. I want to go back to my room in the High Solarian.
You turn around and
It's
you're looking
too
for your room
freaky.
in the High Solarian.
Yeah, I want to go back to my room where from wherever I emerged in the hallway.
You turn around and behind you it's just pitch dark.
Oh,
You can take a step and see if you get anywhere.
Can I try to like reach my hand into the void?
Reaching your hand into the void, the moment it crosses the final threshold of light, it just disappears in front of you.
Oh. Maybe it's just really dark. Can I feel for the floor?
You can try. How are you feeling for the floor?
I just want to like just... If the darkness is like being out of frame and Neff is like looking at the darkness like this, then I want to just feel like...
Right. As you stick your arm out, you see that darkness creeping up. It's coming closer the longer you spend getting further away from Osha. Just so you're aware.
Okay.
You can feel your toes kind of like getting sucked into it.
This is a funny feeling. Can I... If I poke my head in, can I see in the darkness?
Maybe you get a dexterity check as you poke your head in.
Okay.
Emma, like, go for my traumatic dream. Neff, like, nah.
No! I refuse.
That's a 15.
I don't want this emotional trauma.
15. Stick your head in and you feel yourself begin to fall forwards. And you like reach out instinctively. In any other situation, a 15 might have been enough to save you, but there's nothing to hold on to here. And you feel yourself falling forwards and you think, oh, I'm going to hit the floor. But where the floor should be, you keep going. And you're falling off the edge of a precipice. Into the void, into dark. You can barely even see your own body. Wind should be rushing up around you. You're falling that fast. You know you are, but there's just nothing. And your body is just nothing. Did you even have one to begin with?
Oh, no,
Where even are you?
Maybe I didn't.
Where is this place? Who am I? The deeper you fall into this darkness, the more you begin to forget yourself. You're falling. And you're falling. Is there anything you want to do? In the last moments where you feel yourself.
Yes, I would like to scream as I fall.
Nothing comes out of your throat.
Oh, no. Panic internally, in that case. Flailing my limbs. If they're still there. Panic attack, maybe. I'll have one of those to go.
You can certainly have a panic attack because that's in your brain.
Okay,
so.
I'm gonna have one of those. I'll take it with me.
You have a panic attack. And you fall. Far as far as far. And there is no end to it. And only once you feel something slam into your side, something unearthly, do you collide with the ground and you sit up. And you're in your room in the High Solarian. And Danielle has just flopped her leg over onto your waist, just like winding you a little bit.
I'm gonna like cover my own mouth and kind of yell into my hands for a bit, just muffling myself, I guess. Just kind of.
It's pre-dawn still. So.
Can I have an investigation? Check my surroundings now. Is this like?
Yes, you may.
I'm specifically looking for things that I.
Am I sharing the room with Neff? Or
you would?
Do we have
are you? I think you were sharing with Slayer.
Because
it was Neff and Danielle and Slayer and Cass.
If Neff is like hyper.
Oh wait, no. Yeah, it was Slayer and Bluey and Neff and Cass. Yeah, so yeah, you would be.
Okay, so I think I
You're
would come
asleep.
Okay.
Oh, you would have been. You would have been asleep by this point, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was gonna say, if I'm hyperventilating now, I'm specifically looking for something in this room that would be part of this room that I didn't take notice of before. That would indicate maybe that it's not constructed out of something that I just remember. So
the room appears to be exactly as you left it.
Okay. No footsteps, no voices.
Make a perception check. Also, to look for actual remnants of footsteps, you'd have to go out into the corridor.
I go out into the corridor. I can do a perception check, if that's okay.
Make a perception check.
It is very bad. Again, what is with these? These are cursed. This is 6.
6. You don't see anything.
DM.
Really
but if I have
nothing
night
there?
vision, do I still not see anything?
There are candles flickering out in the hallway. which light your path.
Right.
But you don't see anything.
I think she's gonna take comfort in the fact that she's still in the High Solarian after having exited the room. And maybe...
Do you kind of just like close your eyes and take a moment?
I
Like a
think
breathe?
so. Yeah, just kind of taking her
Okay,
surroundings
and when
in.
you close your eyes, like how when you close your eyes after looking at a bright light, you see the impression of footsteps on the floor.
Okay, now I'd like to
When
scream.
you open, there's nothing there.
What are you doing? So,
My job.
Neff breaks
Do
down.
the dream now.
Do the dream. It was too free. Neff wouldn't do that. I don't think she would do that. If Osha's just not replying. This sounds like a horror movie. It's like waiting to happen. I would like to go back to bed.
Mhm.
And stay awake for the rest of the night.
Sure thing. You won't get a long rest. Are you okay with that?
Is there a check I can make to see if I'd be able to even stay up that long?
Constitution check.
Alright. Constitution check.
The higher it is, the longer you can stay up. The lower it is, the worse off you are.
Okay. Ah! It's a net 20!
Okay, you can stay up as long as you want. You find the energy and you...
I think she'd only stay up for like an hour before realizing, like, okay, I've calmed down a little bit now. Maybe I'll just go back to bed. I'll go back to sleep.
Sure thing.
What a wasted net 20.
Yep.
On staying up.
Cass out in the court. Yes, she did cool. Okay. All right. With that, Cass, Slayer, you both wake up, and it's morning.
Cass like, no.
Now, I have a question for you, Cass. When you say staying up in the courtyard, how much sleep did you actually get?
She didn't get a huge amount of sleep. She did come back though, and because Dural was like, don't stay out here that long. She isn't going to stay out there. I think she came back and eventually got sleep, but I think she only got like a couple of hours.
Okay. Then anyone who would like to forfeit their long rest for fear that their dreams would push them over the brink may. Bit late. Ulster, would you have woken up Loran and taken him up to the Chronologica as you did beforehand?
He would have full on carried him up like, no, we can't let him touch the walls. We can't let him touch the floor. He will shatter. It's great. It's fine. Just carrying him up.
I'm not made of glass, Ulster. I'm just very sleepy. Oh, okay.
Carry.
Okay. Everybody, you can wake up and you are able to go about your day as you like. Now, considering that this whole week, it seems that Loran will be occupied with the Chronologica, I would like to ask if you have any goals for the whole week that you want to work on. Projects, things you want to get done, things you want to achieve, and we will go through those and we'll see how they went for you all. So, does anybody want to start off with what they want to accomplish with today, tomorrow, about 4 or 5 days you have left?
Just in the morning, Slee would have told the group about like her conversation with her mother. Just that because Zarina had said that she should try and talk to her.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Cool.
I'll write down.
So is Cass, Neff, and Brian all looking a bit worse for wear this morning? We're all just there like...
I think Neff is probably just checking every of her footsteps.
Brian probably tell you guys about the dream because he probably thinks it's magical.
Neff would
Not like
share.
his usual. Yeah. While they're all just sitting in the Chronologica. Terrible dream. Anyone else have a terrible dream? Because I had a really bad dream. It was very upsetting.
Yeah, I had a really bad one too. What was yours about, Brad?
You go first.
I saw Osha in Eldrillith outside of Elijah's lab. As far as I can remember it, at least. She didn't respond when I called her, so that freaked me out a little bit. And so I turned around, and then I fell into a dark void and started to forget who I was.
That sounds awful.
How is yours?
Have you told Lorraine about this yet? This dream?
I'm assuming Loran's in the room.
Yeah.
But, oh
So
my
he's
God.
gonna be he's the first to use this hearing of it.
I had a dream that I was being constricted by a big golden snake, and it broke all of my ribs, and then my feet turned blue, and I think I was dying. And then it opened its mouth, and there was this mirror inside, but it was like I leant into it, and when I got sucked in, I was in the basement prison with Karul, and I had accidentally opened the circle, and Karul stepped out. Brian looks like he's keeping one other thing quiet. He's just like, it was very bad. Very bad.
Can any of us insight check that?
He's not really good.
Cass is definitely inciting that.
Lorraine is
Okay.
doing it with disadvantage because he has to. And
17.
Insights plus 9, 16 plus 9, that's 25. I'm learning 9s.
Also, you need to make a deception check, please, if you're trying to hide the truth. You got to beat 29, I think.
Oh no. It's
And a
pretty good, but it's
17.
not gonna beat. It's 17.
Okay, so
beats it.
Cass, you know something's up, but you can't tell if it's a lie or not. Slia, definitely. He's hiding something.
She's gonna look between Brian and Loran very like
Loran didn't know.
specifically so that like Brian can see that she's seeing that she's trying to put something together without saying it out loud. Can I make like a a performance check? Or trying to
I
be
think that
subtle
depends
about
on.
it?
I think that depends on. Okay, if you're trying to be subtle about it, just kind of with gestures, I would actually put that as a sleight of hand check. Just being like kind of subtly like gesturing or using your facial expression, I would put a sleight of hand as well.
Okay.
So who looks like they know then?
Cass knows
Slia
something's up.
and Cass knows something's up.
Neff is just taking it at face value, so she's just trusting you in what you're saying, I think.
That sleight of hand was not good. It was an 8.
Everybody, you just see Slayer go like,
Slayer, you okay?
Cass
most
then
embarrassing
immediately puts
expression.
it together and is like, ah.
I think
Okay,
even Neff
maybe
and Bluey might be able to.
Maybe I didn't tell everything that happened in the dream, but
Is there anyone else in the room apart from all of us and Loran?
Yeah, Corvius hasn't arrived yet, so it's just you guys. Even Danielle has also slept in.
okay. I also saw myself conjuring fire, and for some reason Loran was in the fire, and everything just burnt away, including the hair I have of his, and it was ash. And when I was sifting through that, that's when I released Coral, and it wasn't a nice dream, but it didn't feel like something that my subconscious would have showed me.
Actually, on that
Well-
note, it's kind of strange that we all had very terrible experiences at night at the same time.
Yeah, that's why I asked.
Well, Alan did used to, I'm not saying that it's him, but that is how he used to contact me.
Your terrible dreams.
Yeah, they weren't ever fun. I was normally in a sandstorm. It was, anyway, yeah, so
Brian, you
I'm
and
not saying it was him, but that could be, yeah, I think you're right in thinking it's more than just a dream.
y'all were
Sorry, Leah?
sleeping in a sanctum, weren't you?
That's a good point.
And with the sanctum of covered the bed.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
You were in a sanctum, yes.
But there is
Can
a
I do an intelligence?
spell that's about like sleeping that can, I might be able to go past those things.
If that's something you want to research, this is probably the place to do it.
Either that or there's somebody here with us.
Oh my god, why was that the most terrifying thing you've ever said? I think Lorad has that reaction like, what the fuck, Neff?
Well, we're in a sanctum, aren't we? It's kind of strange that we've all had that experience here when we're meant to be safe, really. I mean, there aren't a whole lot of ways that magic can pierce this sort of thing. At least I think so.
But we know that that's what they're working on.
It's true.
A way to get through those defenses.
But then it got through to me in the sanctum, but Neff wasn't in a sanctum. So then, by that logic, would it be me?
A control and a test. One to make sure it works and one to see if they can't push the boundaries.
Okay. We put someone else who didn't have the dream in a sanctum. See if they have a dream.
Sounds like a plan. When I'm done with this, and Loran jerks his head towards the chronological, and I actually need to redo his rolls because I haven't been doing his rolls.
Wait, I want to give him guidance.
Okay. You did get a... You do it? He got a natural 20.
But he
Good
has
boy.
guidance too.
Now he has guidance.
He's extra good.
Yeah, very, very good. It looks like he's like... this is how he is so easily able to talk to you. It looks like this is nothing to him now. This is just tidying up the structure. And he just says, we can test it again, but we should be prepared that we might face something like that again. At some point, whether it's tonight or tomorrow or another night. Shall we all bunk together in a sanctum?
Sounds like a plan.
Alright. That's the sleeping arrangement from now. It seems.
Can I insight Loran?
Mm-hmm. You may.
20.
20. He seems a little bit distracted. Even though he is splitting his consciousness, his attention between the chronologica and you. He just seems a little bit like, you know. Dejected might be the right word.
Yeah, Brian goes over and just hugs him from behind and squeezes him and says, I'm just going to sit here for the rest of the day, if that's okay with you.
You could stay like this. And that's mostly a joke. You probably shouldn't be within like too close of this. Unless
I will be right behind you, and if you need me, just signal.
Mm-hmm. Yes. I will.
Okay. Brian doesn't let go for a good minute, and then he lets go and steps back.
At which point the doors open again, and Corvius kind of trundles in like he's holding his back. You're all up early. Why do you all look so depressed?
Sleep is
Smile.
Sleeping.
We had horrifying nightmares.
Under your eyes. Horrifying dreams?
I would call them nightmares, but yes.
It's not good. Are you all staying in here? Or do you have somewhere better to
be? Maybe not better, but I have somewhere else to be.
Okay, off you go.
Brian, Jerome does want to talk to you.
Now?
Soon, before Nereo's classes. I don't know what time that is. I think we've got a couple of hours because we're up early. But he said to ask me to bring you to him later. So
understood. He looks at every single one of you, and he looks at Slayer. Slayer, would you mind taking over for me and babysitting? He points over his shoulder at Loran.
I take offense to it being called babysitting, but then again, I guess I am baby. I am baby, so this is fine.
He is baby.
Baby boy.
Yes, I'll just
He's a little baby.
Cass does that in character, and Loran is like, I am a grown man.
You're an ickle pickle baby.
I am like older than
I am
both
a
of us.
grown 5'11" man.
Who likes
Leah
to be
pulls out her
carried.
knitting.
Right, okay, but it makes me feel safe when he's like,
Oh, he's adorable.
oh shit, no, I do sound like a baby now. Fuck. I'm fine. This is fine. I'm amazing. I'm Loranda Hain. I'm not a baby.
Cass quirks an eyebrow but doesn't do the voice anymore.
Press X to doubt.
Corvius says he's not a baby. He's a boy.
Baby boy.
A baby boy.
Baby.
You watch Loranda just kind of like lose a bit of will to live.
And Cass is like, I won't do this anymore because you need to be focused. So I'll leave you to it.
I will burn off every hair on your head except your eyebrows.
I'd like to see you try.
Yeah. If I
Cass will
actually really
challenge
did
him.
try, it might not end well.
To be honest, I do think it would be quite a look for me. So I'm not opposed to it.
If either
Shaved
of you tried
head cat.
anything, I'd turn you both into hermit crabs.
I feel like it'd be generous to leave that.
Chronologica. He just kind of goes back to his work.
It's a specific reference to what Cass did to her childhood bully,
Yeah.
which was burn every hair off this dwarf's body apart from her unibrow, which she couldn't get rid of
Yep.
anyway.
Oh,
So she's a
Cass had
permanent
just got
unibrow. You've met
magic,
her.
okay? She was on a power trip.
You guys did meet her in Loran's shop, and then you guys literally never went back to that part of Ironstone again. So, unfortunately, that is still a plot point for
Yeah.
another day.
I mean,
There are a lot of
mortal
those hanging around.
enemies for life.
Sure,
So.
for sure. I'll be back. Okay, so you can go about your day. What are you all working on then? What are you trying to achieve?
So Cass is still trying to find a name of a devil so
Okay.
that she can have more control, and also now specifically looking at contracts,
Mm-hmm.
specifically looking at breaking contracts and researching where contracts would be held, how I can find them, all of that shit. That's now Cass's top priority. I think
Gotcha.
she would also, as Celia is on babysitting duty, she would
Mm-hmm.
she would, but she knows that she would ask Brian, but she knows that Brian is, whilst she can, it will be with Loran. So she's going to be like, nah, would you help me research something?
Of course. I am happy to do some research. What are we researching?
Mainly to do with bad stuff. So I want a devil's name,
Okay.
and also a way out of my contract.
Okay.
So big hitters.
Okay. Cool.
Yes.
So you guys can make your way over to the library
I'll
as
figure-
and when you're ready. Slia, you're babysitting Loran.
While I'm babysitting, can I make some knitting checks on something?
You
very
may.
pink and roughly.
Yeah, you may.
How many knitting checks?
Also would be gone for about an hour, so you can make one knitting check.
Okay. It will be a 17 plus 6, 23.
Yep, you're able to make a dent certainly in what you're making. Actually, no, I think I'll let you make 2.
Okay.
If you want to make another one. You've been working on this one before as well, haven't you?
Yeah, I don't think we. She's gotten the start of it, like kind of like every night
Mhm.
before bed. So the second
Yeah,
one
so-
is. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, so roll me one more. That's all I was gonna say.
17.
17. Okay, with a 17, I think you are able to just about tie it all together. Emma, here's the thing, guys. I have absolutely no idea how long actual knitting takes. I'm just assuming you're giving it your all and it's magic a little bit, so therefore it's quicker than maybe it would be. But with this, you are able to finish up what you are making for Daniel.
Yeah, it's various shades of like pink, and it's all like ruffly, and under like one of the ruffles it says like Always amazing.
Oh, it's really cute. Is it a blanket?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cute. Cute, amazing. All right, and then all stare. You are heading towards.
See.
See. You are heading towards Gerald. Oh, sorry, really quickly, Bluey, what are you doing?
Anna's not here right now.
Okay, well, I'll just say that Bluey is helping babysit Loran for now. Okay, so all stare. You make your way towards Gerald. Reaching their door, you can knock before you enter. After a moment, the locks begin to slide across,
Brian
and the door creaks. The door creaks open, and you see Gerald staring back at you. Oh, did Cass tell you to come?
Yeah.
Okay, come in. And he opens the door.
He goes in.
Opens the door, and you're allowed inside. And you two see it's much unchanged. The books on the desk are different. Over Gerald's bed, there is the blanket that Slayer made for him. And sitting up in bed, it's quite early still, sitting up in bed, eating what looks to be a plate of various fruits, all chopped up, just mashing them into his mouth. You see
I want to imagine that
Valis.
Gerald did that for him.
Oh, he definitely did. He definitely did. By the way they're cut, they're so expertly, like, finely chopped. It has to be. It has to be Jarrell. And kind of like stabs in, takes a big bite full of pineapple, and looks up at you, and he's like,
Morning. Wow.
"I like pineapple."
Understandable.
Hello,
How are you?
I'm good. I'm settling in well. I
Can I
found
look around
this.
this pile of things?
Oh yeah, it's in a drawer, which is pretty much bursting out of the dresser now. You just see a glint of just gold and copper, like shawls in various colors. And as you were looking for it, he says, "I found this the other day," and he holds up a ribbon, a bright blue ribbon, with really intricate woven images into it. And he says, "When I say found, I mean I took it. It's pretty, right?"
Very pretty. Who did you take it from?
Yeah, one of the other students. I thought you might like it, so I wanted to give it to you.
I really appreciate the gesture. I would maybe feel bad taking it from someone else though, but since you're offering it to me, I'll take it. Thank you.
He hands it over to you.
Brian, conflict in his face, takes it. He looks really grateful, but he's like, this is not mine. But he just takes it and puts it in his pocket.
He looks over to Gerald over your shoulder, and if you look, Gerald kind of gives him a nod. And Valis puts his fruit down and sits up and swings out of bed. He's still in pajamas, but he kind of just kicks his legs a little bit and then says, "I wanted to properly say sorry for trying to stab you. I don't think you're..."
3 times. Brian's like, oh.
"This one is slightly different. Let him..." I know I've said it before, but I don't think I've said it in the right way. And I don't think I've understood why I did it. I did it because Karul warned me that people would come to take me. He told me not to trust strangers. And I want you to hear me say that I think that might be wrong. And that maybe I can trust you That's why I gave you the blue ribbon. Because I thought it would be a nice way to remember that for you. And when one day I think maybe I can, more than just apologizing, I would like to find a way to thank you.
Brian, wait till he's completely done.
He was done. He'll say more if he doesn't feel like there's anyone that you're going to say anything.
Again, I completely accept your apology, and it's very understandable the way you acted. I probably would have done the same at your age if Carol told me to. But thank you again. And I mean, maybe it's not good to trust all strangers, but I'm glad you can trust me and my friends, and we'll do our best to protect you. You don't have to do anything more for me, and I feel like my friends would feel the same. Just getting you out was enough. We hope that you and, he nods at Draw, your father can be safe and happy.
Are you going to kill him?
Cool. I don't want to kill anyone. If I've ever had to use force, it was out of necessity. If he told me and I had surety in believing him that he would stop and leave this world alone, leave me, my friends, and everyone I love alone, you and your father, then maybe that would be preferable to using any force on him. I will only commit to protecting the people I love, and whatever I have to do to stop Coral from hurting them, I'll do that. That's the promise I'd make.
I'm sorry again, but I'm happy that you're here. And I'm happy I didn't kill you or hurt you more than I did. But I don't know if I'm happy yet about the thought of things happening to him.
I understand. I definitely still feel some of that. I'm not his actual child, but it definitely felt that way for a long time. And you can take all the time you need. Just know that anything we do is to protect, not to harm.
Maybe he can change. Maybe he can get better. Gerald did. Didn't you? Gerald's just quiet. And I think he probably can. We can make him better. And then there can be more for us.
I think Brian's gonna take Valis's hands if Valis lets him. Just
He's hesitant at first.
Yeah.
But he lets you just take one.
Brian holds it between both of his very gingerly. He's trying not to impress himself, but he wants Valis to know he's there.
You're quite cold.
I apologize.
He blows on your hand.
Brian actually laughs a little bit.
I understand you wanting to feel that way about your own father. But there are certain things that he has done, things he wants to do, that make me think that he is not like your father, not like any of us. A parent is supposed to love their child and never put them in harm's way. They would throw away their world for that one child. And what Cruel did to you, it's evil. And his eyes go to the mark on Valis's neck. He's done many other things, but that gesture alone makes me think that he's beyond redemption, beyond our help. I still don't want to harm anyone, but I fear that it will come to that when Karul tries to either take your body, kill your father, kill me. And I don't want to put the pain on you that he has caused others. I don't want you to grow up with that hanging over you. But please know that I wouldn't warn you against your own parent if I wasn't sure that he is not a good man. But I think your other father is, and I think you will be too.
Valis hesitates and then slowly kind of pulls his hand away. I don't know if you can know that for sure.
I would like to make him something. Give me one memento. I should know these off by heart.
Yeah. After this, I'll let you try a persuasion check if it's something that might sway him a little.
Mm-hmm. Wait, that's loving. Let's go to positive. I would like to make him some aloe, which means healing, protection, and affection for him. And I'll roll a sneaky natural 20.
Persuasion check?
Yeah.
Okay.
Plus 6, so 26.
He takes
Try to
it.
clap. I'm just gonna slap the cheek.
He looks at it and he says, "This is a strange gift, but I feel like it has good meaning behind it."
It will never die.
That's terrifying. He puts it on the desk, on the bedside table. You probably know better than I do. In fact, I'm certain that you do. Thank you for telling me. I'll try and keep what you said in mind.
I hope I can tell you more one day.
I hope that I can too.
Brian nods. He looks at Joral in case Joral had anything to say, but he's slowly rising up to his full height again.
Joel just says, "Valis, I'll be outside the door. Just wait a moment."
I'll roll his Joshin. I forgot to do that. 5'9".
Decent.
Decent.
Growth. Outside the door, Joel just closes it slightly. He's probably listening anyway, but for the sake of appearances. You see why I need to be there. No matter how much progress we're making, there's still part of him that belongs to Coral.
I think there's a part of all of us that belong to him until he's gone.
This isn't about me now. I can't promise I can keep him safe. And that hurts I like it here. It suits us. It suits him. He takes after me in magic, and that I'm relieved by that, but what's more, that is a magic that can be nurtured for good by the right people, and Corvius seems to have the right kind of heart for it. But I don't have a good heart. I can still get to those more furious magics, and I will put them to use.
I don't think you having a good heart and being able to use violent, powerful magic are mutually exclusive. I think it's what you do with the magics. Sometimes violence is necessary if used for the right reasons.
You aren't wrong. You know what I need. I trust you'll let me know when the time comes what I need to do and where I need to be.
I will. I think he can leave when and if he wants to. I spoke with him the other day. He seemed relaxed.
I took something from Elijah. When I left with Sobek, before the fight, I managed to grab something from him, and I held it in my hand. It's not magical. He had other items, but I couldn't get those. But I know there are ways to see people who don't want to be seen. And if this helps, I want to give it to you. And he pulls out of his pocket a ring.
A ring?
A golden signet ring, branded with the symbol of Tiamat.
That will help. Thank you.
Yeah.
Brian takes it. He's like,
Bluey, Bluey, if you'll remember, you're not there, but if you'll remember when Leander lent you his looking glass and you watched
Through Sobek's eyes.
Through Sobek's eyes. When he left, or when he went back with Sobek, he was holding something in his hand. And it's been so long since that scene. I just wanted to finally pay it off. At last.
Wow. Oh my god.
Good setup.
Mm-hmm. So now you have that ring. And Jarrell goes back inside and locks the door behind him, saying goodbye. It's a very quick goodbye. He doesn't look like he can linger. There's a lot on his mind.
Thank you.
Before the door fully closes, he kind of nods. And then he reaches out and he just squeezes your shoulder.
Oh my god. Brian allows it. He nods back. They're very awkward beans.
Carol really knows how to choose the socially useful ones. The socially adept. The implications of that are so upsetting.
Aylin's face.
Oh no, Aylin. Right. So, is there anything else you'd like to accomplish today?
Permission letter.
Permission letter.
Hey,
Make your way up to the
Mhm.
Chronologica. Full force, the team behind you. Oh wait, let's get to Cass and let's do Cass and Neff investigation checks first, please, if you don't mind, just really quickly. And then we'll get a letter.
Alrighty.
Time
Come
to
on,
investigate.
baby. That was
Sorry.
cock.
Let's see.
Okie dokie.
5.
That is much better. I'm really glad that I have Neff. 26.
Ooh.
26. Okay. So, with Neff's assistance, you begin researching into devil names and contracts. Devil names.
It's all about those demons.
Don't set it as an apple.
Devil names are harder to come by, but you do eventually find one. Balgura. Balgura.
Okay. And is there any other information with that name?
What is that? Is that Lily? It's Lily. That's very good.
It's beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god.
Chef's kiss. You know that it's not a name, but it's a classification of devil, and that would be enough.
Okay.
If you were to cast the summon great demon spell to cast forward a demon, that would be enough.
It'd be enough to give me the advantage that I'm looking for.
You're thinking of the summon greater demon, right?
It's Infernal Calling is the name of the spell.
Okay, sorry. Let me just look it up.
Yeah, because she's specifically looking.
Sorry, I wrote that down. I wrote down summon greater demon. Let me.
No, it's Infernal Calling.
Yeah. Uttering a dark incantation, you summon a devil from the 9 hells. You choose the devil's type, which can be challenged with 6 or lower. Barb devil, bearded devil. The devil appears in none places. Aha. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Right. If you possess a devil's talisman, you can summon that devil if it is not of the appropriate challenge rating +1, and it obeys all your commands with no charisma checks required. Okay. So I think what you would learn is that the talisman is something that would be given by a devil. So you would have to call that devil to you and then request a talisman from it in order to get to this. Balgura is a classification of devil. You also find barbed and bearded devils, of which I think you would know, and summoning rituals if you wanted to try and call one forth at random and see if you couldn't bargain with it. You also know that these kinds of devils would exist in the city of Brass and the 9 hells, specifically Avernus.
Cass is gonna each day she's looking specifically for a true name to summon specifically so that she can have a bit more control of the devil if she chooses to summon it. It's a kind of last resort spell that she would use, but she is quite charismatic, so she has high hopes that she could successfully control it. But the advantage would be a boon.
I hate myself. I can't believe I gave you guys a deck of many things. You must make.
To be fair, like her charisma would have been +10 anyway.
I know.
It's just so it would already be quite high.
Anyway, it's fine. So that'll take a little bit more time. In the time that you have today, that is what you accomplish. Summoning ritual, at least a summoning ritual which would summon a challenge 6-ish or lower, and be able to contain that, with maybe help from one of your more magically inclined friends. and the classifications of devils you could probably summon. Okay.
And anything about the contracts?
Contracts, yes. Funnily enough, there is a place whose name is coming up again and again today. The Nine Hells.
Also, while I remember, sorry,
Yep.
getting back to that before I forget, like I'm still trying to get in to see that statue of Alan that they have in the museum. That is still one of Cass's goals as well. I'd forgotten, so I needed to say it before I forgot again.
Okay. So you actually find 3 places this time. City of Brass again. And then how to get to the City of Brass. You are given 2 possible locations. Avernus, though that is a chaotic plane which is unruly and difficult to navigate and bloodthirsty. And then there is a different kind of hell. Wow, a different kind of hell named Dispater. And through Dispater, you are able to access many different levels, vaults, places which are where contracts like this would be stored. You don't know where Alan works from, but it is likely, if he is a true fiend, the Nine Hells, the City of Brass, on the elemental plane of fire. One of those. With Avernus and Dispater being your best bets. Or so you think. Now, how to get to those and not die, that's a fun question. You might want to talk to your teleporting Fey friend about that. Teleporting Fey friend. The fuck did I describe Loran like that? Anyway. But hey. That's what you find out.
Amazing. Thank you. Thank you for your help, Nef. I might steal you again to help me tomorrow if you don't mind.
Most certainly. I'm happy to help you any way that I can.
There's also a museum which might have a statue of Alanin, and I do want to get in to see it at some point. I say want, and that's not quite the right term. I'm not very good with expressing my feelings.
I know what you mean.
Appreciate it if you came.
I'm there for you, Cass.
Thank you. So I don't really want to go, but anyway, let's go do something fun that's not related to do with this.
Okay, what do you want to do?
I don't know. Anything. I don't want to think about Germans anymore.
How about a stroll in the town? We can see some sights we haven't seen before.
Let's do it.
Some fresh air. And all that good jazz.
Before I leave, I just will remind Alexa that I am trying to get into that museum to remind her.
Of course.
She is still on call and she says, yep, I'm working on getting you permission. Do not worry.
Amazing. Thank you so much. And thank you for dinner last night. It was lovely.
It really was. And thanks for the baguettes.
I have the best family. Hell yeah.
You do.
I'll win. Okay, that's all. Goodbye.
Dude,
and she waves you off as you guys make your way.
Bye.
Outside.
Dude, I can't wait to roll an intimidation check on the statue when we enter there.
Anyway, so Aelin, what the heck? Aelin appears in the fiction. Slayer, Cass. Oh my gosh, what is my brain? Slayer, Bluey, Ulster. Okay, so Slayer and Bluey, you've been babysitting Loran this whole time, and Loran has just been, chilling. Corvius has been taking over every now and again, and just getting down with the Chronologica, throwing up more of these golden structures. After a little while, Ulster returns. Ulster. You're doing your thing, asking for permission.
Permission? He leans around to try and make eye contact with Corvius. Corvius.
Yes, boy?
Yes. I need a permission letter
Yes.
to borrow a piece of painite from Siri.
To borrow a piece of painite from Cyprian.
Siri. It's for good purposes. It is for helping save the world from a very evil bad man and his demons and dragon things.
Right. Okay. So we don't have a lot to unpack there, first of all. Okay, right. Painite, you understand, is extremely precious, and we can't just be giving it to anyone. I trust
I wore it
you.
around my neck for a good, a very long time. 15 years?
The fact that you're alive is a miracle. Anyway,
Yeah.
so all of that being said, boy, I don't think getting involved with Painite is the best idea for you. You're all quite intensely magical. If something were to go wrong, if you were to encounter some kind of magical energy you could not control, there's no telling what it could do to you.
Well,
Yes, Bluey Sparks.
Sorry
I'm
to
trying to use
interrupt.
your real name now, boy. Oh, I failed. Never mind.
That's okay. I think we're already a lot involved with Painite. A lot, to be honest.
A lot.
yeah.
More so than Loran being elbow deep in the stuff.
Oh, actually, what?
Maybe Loran's currently the most involved.
I am very involved.
With himself.
I love myself.
That's very good.
Yeah, I know.
It's very healthy.
Alternatively, we could maybe see if Zarina could come to the Painite. Not removing it from.
But we probably do need to remove it from Cyprian anyway.
Mm.
It's just outside of the shed.
Yeah. It's very small. Like this.
It's not size that matters. It's potency.
Brian
But-
restrains himself. He's like,
It was red, if that helps.
I believe there was an expedition some years ago, which would have brought this sort of piece of painite to fruition. You're certain you can look after this and deliver it to Zarina?
well, actually, we weren't going to really plan to take it all the way to the Feywild. We really probably wanted Zarina to come to Kia, because if Zarina gets her hands on the Painite and then big evil bad man gets his hands on the Painite, that would be bad. So actually, it's probably more conducive to have Zarina come here. Still need the Painite.
All right. I will arrange for it to be brought to the High Solarian, delivered into my hands directly, and I will await Zarina. And she and yourselves can come to me.
Mhm.
I am very powerful, even though I'm very old. You understand, yes? You know this, don't you, boy? He looks at you, Brian. I'm very
Yes.
powerful. Yes,
Very
good.
powerful.
Yes, indeed. Taught them everything they knew. He looks over at Loran. All right. I'll do this for you. I might be quite sour and hard to get along with at times.
No, you're amazing, fun-loving.
I had more. Do not interrupt me. I had more to say. But see, I was going to say those things about myself, but another thing would be. But I don't want to see you all hurt. Dehanes are my family, too,
Oh.
in a way. So. Now get out of here. Too crowded.
Well, I can't leave. He points at Lauren.
Well, you can stay there. The rest of you just either be quiet or stand at the sidelines. What do you want, boy? Looks over at Bluey.
You need writing.
Yeah, we need a letter to be sent there. But we also need to contact Zarina to actually ask if it's okay. He looks at Sleer. Okay.
All right. In a couple of hours, when Ryan is done, I will give it to you all in writing.
Wonderful.
Understood.
Thank you.
Now, shh.
We shuffle over to the other side of the room.
Turns back towards the chronologic. Okay. With that, your week does pick up speed. So, the next day, well, that evening, you're able to. Hannah. That evening, you're able to all pile into one room and sleep inside the sanctum. You have a well-resting night. Those of you who can still get to that mindset. No dreams are had. And Slia, you are able to message Phrynia as you usually would, and she is fine. The next day, Cass, more research is done, and you rule Avernus out for your locations. Dispater or the City of Brass. It has to be one of those two. Neff, you take a really nice stroll around the town, making sure Cass gets some nice breaks in her research, and you go and discover some wonderful sunning spots, some ruins. One day, you hike all the way as far as the border to Yggdrasil, which is the neighboring country, the Spars. And from here, you can see great pale structures sticking out of the earth like mountains.
Like bones.
And you know this to be one of the wonders of the world, the bones of Yggdrasil. So, hell yeah, you got that.
Hell yeah, let's go. Nat 20 on my intuition check.
Yeah, wait, I have a list of all the wonders of the world. I wonder if I have one, not all of them, but like the ones
look.
you know.
And I point at one of the wonders of the world. The bones of Yggdrasil.
Yep. Well, these are the ones you would know of. Would be the Maasai Ice Desert is a wonder of the world. The Chronologica is a wonder of the world, and the bone arches of Yggdrasil is a
3 down. Take them off.
wonder of the world. So you guys have seen 3 of them now,
Hell
and
yeah.
as you find more, I will tell you the others.
As I want to say that as Neff admires the bones, she goes like with her teeth.
Sorry.
And Cass looks at her and goes, "What are you doing, Neff?"
Oh, nothing.
Like, what?
Sorry, I have to.
Yeah.
Go on.
Oh, I'm not doing anything. I just had an urge.
Oh,
Who's-
Sorry.
It was me. I'm so sorry. I do also need to retcon. You did see the petrified body of Eldralith is also a wonder of the world.
Oh.
You guys have seen that. So you've seen a few.
Wonderful dragon.
we getting round, boys.
Hell yeah.
You do get around.
You haven't been to a couple of continents still. So you have yet to see all. There's Treftoya, which you've never been to. And the whole Pionixes, I think you still have to go to. Maybe you have been there, I don't know. I'll let you know. Gonna catch them all. Ulster, you're able to spend your time watching over Loran and making sure he gets his naps.
Yep.
He's never out of your sight.
Everywhere you go, it's just Brian.
I'm watching me. Wait, what's that
Every
song?
step
You take. Yeah.
Every move you make, I'll be watching you.
Bluey,
From
what
a
are your
respectful
goals?
distance.
And
What are your goals?
my goals.
What do you want to accomplish in life?
But
What
I
are
haven't
your
gone that far.
long-term goals, Helen?
Hug people. Number one.
Everybody gets a Bluey hug at least once.
+1 Bluey hug.
Fetch food and drink for Loran and anyone else who looks tired. Or
Oh,
That's
so I guess sort of like, at least once or twice in the day, she's doing other things, being like, "Right, how are you doing?"
Make Loran a proper sandwich.
And maybe some training with courage.
Okay.
Perhaps some language learning. Either she teaches courage or courage could teach her, or she could like read some simple celestial phrases so she doesn't do that faux pas again. And try
Slayer
and
can help you with that, certainly, I think.
yeah. Okay. And then also as soon as there's wind of like Karul's trial or the Monarch's trial, or like when we're heading to Melas, as soon as there's like a certainty to that, maybe then thinking about like informing, just like not the exact things, but like maybe informing like IT and like Mom's first file that I'll be in Melas, maybe him. Yeah.
Okay. We can go over the exact sendings. You can once you have, if you have some wording, if you want to think of that, there will be time for you to do this. So, as the next day passes, you receive word from Cyprian via Alexa that Corvius has reached out to him and he's expecting a letter within the day. You reach out to Zarina, and I'm assuming do you have a specific sending you want to say? Or are you just conveying that you found Paint Night?
Can she please come to the High Stellarian for a short while? Very important. Have pay night. Yay.
Okay.
The yay is important. It must be included.
The yay is important, and it was included. I think Slayer would not neglect that. You send off that message, and she promises to come the following morning. Another night passes. Rest. In the sanctum, no dreams. Tonight, Loran has been offered a merciful night off from the Chronologica, so he gets a full 8 hours of sleep rather than 4 on, 4 off, 4 on, 4 off.
Brian puts lavender all around Loran, so he will have the best night's sleep.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, everyone shoot.
Tonight you guys set up a special separate sanctum. The next morning you will wake up to the sound of quick footsteps outside of your rooms and knocks on your doors. Neff! You recognize these footsteps though. The clack of high heels across the floor.
Brian.
The kind of like
I had to.
That's how he's 5'11".
No, you're taller than Serena. There you go.
Wait, no. I said that's how Loran's 5'11". Roll Brian.
Oh my God.
5'7".
Oh. Yeah, Loran has 2-inch heels on all the time. He's secretly 5'9". No, that is not canon. He is 5'11". Not canon.
I think it is now.
No, it's not. You're wrong.
Yes, I'm taller than Loran again.
There's nothing wrong with being 5'9", but that is not the height that Loran is. So, unceremoniously, the door to your bedroom, Cass, Daniel, Neff, Slia, Bluey, all in that one sanctum, is thrown open, and from inside the sanctum, you see Zarina Dehane. But she looks in and is like, "Oh, they're keeping me out. Why? Who put the sanctum up?"
Cass pops her head out.
No,
Hey.
hello.
Uh,
I
How are
heard
you?
you have some news. I am very well. I'm very, very well indeed. Yes, I heard you guys had some news. Actually, let's go get Ulster and my son. Hang on. I do. Well, my other son, Ulster, is of course my boy.
My son.
My
and my
boy.
husband.
My son and my other son. And she kind of just like whisks you out of the circle of the sanctum.
Cass
Cass.
is like,
Links arms.
follows.
And almost trotting, you guys make your way to the other
How
other
tall
door.
is Zarina?
Oh, Zarina's actually quite short. She's 5'4", 5'5", but she wears heels.
Okay, so her trotting isn't like Cass is running then. Cass is
No.
like, we can keep up relatively easily. It's not like
No.
if someone else was trotting and Cass was like,
Wait, but
oh,
she's taller than
shit.
Brian.
She wore.
Canonically.
Okay. Wait, Brian's 5'6", right?
5'6", yeah.
Okay, then let's say she's 5'7". I think that I forgot about that because of the heels. Okay.
Okay, well
So
then
she'd be
Cass
5'7",
is...
5'8" now.
Sorry.
Alright.
It's okay. I just forgot because heels were in the mix. Okay, so trotting along, off you go. And outside of the front door, Ulster, you're roused by the knock.
Brian like is ready to like shush whoever it is. He opens the door. It's Serena. He's like, "Oh, hello."
Hello! And she just like grabs you and like spins you in her arms and just like, I heard that you have something for me.
Do indeed.
Is Loran awake or is he still enjoying his lavender?
Loran is probably still asleep.
Should I wake him up or should I let him?
Has he been working particularly hard? Yeah. Losing a lot of sleep?
Yeah.
Let's wake him up.
Gently.
Brian just walks over very gently, pats Loran.
Loran, your mother's here.
Get up, Loran.
No,
She
shh.
told you to. Did she tell you to wake me up?
Yes,
You don't have to do what she says.
but she came all this way.
Yeah, that's true. Sits up. And makes his way over to the front door. Hello, Mother. Why did you call me Mother? You thought you always call me Zarina. Cute. And she
He's feeding.
slaps his cheek.
Particularly baby boy at the minute.
Baby.
Yes.
Baby.
Definitely sleep deprived. All right,
Yes.
off we go. Where is Corvius?
This way.
Okay, take me to him. And she follows
Are
your
we
lead.
still linked armed?
Of course. She would never let go.
Brian offers Loran a piggyback just in case he's still tired.
Make a strength check. Unless you're doing ball strength again.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Okay.
It's 12.
That hit the pen.
True. That also hit the pen. I'll roll it in my dice.
Blue pen.
No, it's the 12.
12. You struggle a little bit, and you feel yourself kind of like, and then all of a sudden, Loran becomes very much lighter, and he whispers into your ear, "I want to. If I let go, I'll fly. So just hold on. Yeah, make it look like I'm a little bit heavy. Yeah, no, I got your back."
Brian slumps a bit. Missing act.
Cass is watching this just like
Heavy.
disgusting.
Heavy.
The PDA from you two is getting worse. I used to root for it and now it's like
I'm just carrying him, Cass.
I know, but
It'll
it's the
work.
affection. It's like it's both lovely and sickening at the same time.
I think you need to go have a night out. You're very grumpy.
Oh, Cass,
Not wrong.
Your camera is really laggy. Sorry.
Ooh.
We just got a slideshow of expressions.
Better.
Hello.
Back?
Brian's grumpy. He's looking at Cass and he turns around and he kisses Loran in front of her.
Ha.
Cass rolls her
Uh-huh.
eyes, but she's secretly like really happy. but she's also like outwardly showing complete disgust.
Reverse
But inside,
psychology. Got him.
but inside, she's super happy.
You got him.
Zarina laughs from behind you.
Ha 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 ha.
All
Are the
right.
rest of the party with them at this point?
Oh yeah, everybody's there now.
Okay.
I just assumed that everybody would kind of follow out. Zarina left the door open. It was that kind of vibe. So unless you have other plans.
Nope, followed.
Okay.
List.
You guys lead Zarina towards Corvius's offices. And Ulster, you know this way very well. Leading her down, you get to the front door. And knocking once, you hear a hasty, "Come on in," and throw open the door. And inside, you see Corvius, and he is not alone. Wearing a fancy bow tie and a fancier jacket than before, Cyprian is sitting on one side of the desk on a stool that is far too small for him and must be being held together by magic because he is just dwarfing everything in this room. And he sits with his little box. It's wrapped up very nicely, tied with a bow, and he has it in a bag, like Japanese style, like packaging for everything. Like it's in a bag, in a bag, in a box, in a bag, and he's just holding it in his lap.
So
And he
much
just
plastic.
it actually hurts me. Although they've
Yeah.
started this revolutionary new thing, which is you can choose to pay for a plastic bag. They started that this year. Just think
honestly,
about that.
The plastic consumption in Japan is just like
Even the fruits individually wrapped, and you're like,
I have peaches
individually wrapped,
in my
then wrapped
fridge. Which
again,
have
and then wrapped again. Like
3 layers of
It
packaging.
doesn't even need to be wrapped once, guys.
I absolutely
Sorry,
love
side
Japan.
note.
One thing I cannot get behind: the packaging. I understand why they do it, and I understand like the reasoning behind it, but it really isn't as eco-conscious as they could be. But they're trying. This year they started making you pay for plastic bags, something we've been doing for a long time. But anyway, I'm not gonna get into it. So, as
Corvius.
Corvius, yes. You enter in, and Cyprian is sitting there holding his bag, and he says, "Hello, everyone.
morning.
Hi. Good morning." And Zarina says, "Who is this darling? Hello." And she kind of like sidles up to him, and he blushes a little bit, like, "Hello, Mom. I brought it." And she's like, "Did you know?" And she looks over to Corvius and says, "Corvius," and goes around the back and gives him a hug. And he says, "Zarina, I've missed you." And
I thought he was going to call her boy, and I was like,
Bud, boy.
Boy, I've missed you.
As they pull apart, Corvius just says, "Zarina, you don't understand the stress I'm through." And she just says, "I raised most of them. I understand, darling." Right. So, everybody sit down, sit down, sit down, sit down. You've done it. I'm very happy, if you can't already tell. And I just, this is going to do a lot of good. Now, can I see the piece?
can I just do a sneaky insight check as we go along?
Oh, this would break her heart, but yeah, you can.
Brian's extremely careful.
Yeah.
22.
22. Seems eager. Seems interested. If you're looking for anything other than that,
I mean, it doesn't seem to be her.
yes. But you know there are convincing kind of illusions, which
I'm talking more about like the mannerisms, the tone of voice, like the inflection she's using. I imagine that would be harder to mimic.
I think the moment you knew that it was definitely her was when she told you to wake up Loran, even
Okay.
though he was sleeping in. You get the impression a Zarina impersonator would have let him sleep.
Okay.
The fools thinking that that's the type of mother she is.
She's a
Cruelty all
tiger.
the
She's
way.
like she's like a tiger. She's like 1 minute she's like very nice and kind, and then she's like, which I think a majestic mum, and then also like, which I think is great. I don't know if I'm describing her well, but her spirit animal is a tiger. Anyway, so can I? And she points to the bag, and Cyprian puts it on the table, and everyone, you see him take out, very carefully, very methodically, the whole tray he brought, the empty spaces included, with the red piece of painite in front of him. And Zarina just like stares at it for a moment, and she says, Corvius, can you lend me a laboratory by any chance? And Corvius says, I think I can make some arrangements. Wonderful. And she looks to all of you. I'll need time with this.
Emma, can you redo your camera? Sorry.
Yep. She says, I will need time with this, but I think this is a step in the right direction. This is a cause for celebration, you understand. You've done well.
Cass wants to crack open alcohol, but remembering the last time, she's like mentally drinking as opposed to actually drinking.
Mentally drink. Thank you, all of you, for your hard work, your diligence in bringing this to me. Is there anything I can do to repay you?
I have a small favor to ask.
What is it?
He reaches back, pulls a couple of Loran's hairs off, and goes up to Zarina and drops it in her hand.
Can you just like look after that for me, please?
Love, if you don't think I have a bunch of this saved already.
It's like Loran, like,
Loran's just like, oh, my hair.
I was like,
will people stop randomly chopping
like,
off my hair without me knowing?
Brian's not very subtle.
I appreciate the gesture, and I will hold on to it. But like I said, I already have a few of these.
Good. That's a relief.
Ah, wait, but there is one son whose hairs I don't have. And she clutches your cheek, and she just yanks some hair out of your fringe.
I was like, I should have seen that coming.
Yes, you should have. This will do nicely. And she holds on to it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I will need to take this, she points to the painite, and put it somewhere secure while I do my research. Rest assured, in my absence, Karul is being well looked after and will not be taken out of the locket. Trust me. Leander is also still in the Feywild, in Viserys, so we have eyes there. And Corvius, and she looks over. And he just nods. He says, I am somewhat in the know of your dealings, and the things which you plan, and the struggles that you face. And I want you all to know you can trust me with anything. Anything. Serena says, sometimes it might feel like the web of people we can trust will diminish by the day, but in reality, we're all here for you. For the world, on your side. Right. I'm sure you must be all very busy. I am. So off you trot. I have to sort this whole thing out. And get started. There's a world to save.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And thank you for this. Cyprian, we will speak more. I want to hear everything you have to say about Painite. And Cyprian just looks very gleeful to be asked anything about Painite. Thank you. And Loran, careful with your work on the Chronologica. Don't push it too far.
I'm healing him every day.
Of course you are. And she pulls you forward, all stare, and gives you a kiss on the top of the head. And then she wrangles Loran into a headlock and kisses him on the cheek. And she's like, aha, I got you. And Loran is like, would anybody else like a hug or a kiss? Neff,
Everyone.
you get one. Neff, certainly, because you are my dearest grandchild. Mwah.
Thank you.
And Slia, Bluey, you are not exempt. Come here.
You are not exempt.
This is
Me
Slia
whenever I
wanted a
hug anybody.
She said Slia, Bluey, you are not exempt.
Yeah.
So she wraps her arms around you, Slayer, and then she gives you a boop on the snoot, Bluey.
Oh.
Boop.
You're Bluey getting
You are Bluey.
POV. So, all of you are escorted out, and the door closes behind you. And Loran says, right, that was embarrassing. I'm going to go up to the Chronologica. Anybody want to join?
I'll bring
Other
breakfast.
than... There you go. That's what I love to hear. Anyone else?
I'll
Or are
come
you all
with.
doing your thing?
I can
I'm
try and make you
almost
another
there.
sandwich.
I'm librarying.
Neff, I'll teach you how to make a sandwich.
Okay.
Wonderful. And Loran goes
Bluey?
up to the Chronologica. Some of you go up to the kitchens. Slia?
I was just gonna say, Bluey, do you want to go study some more languages?
Oh, that'd be good. Yes. Now, which of the three things? Now, should I learn some Sylvan?
Mhm.
Should Courage learn more Common, or should I learn more Celestial so that I don't? Which should...
Ah.
I was thinking of that Shrek scene where the bird explodes. That's
Yeah,
celestial.
It's exactly what I've been picturing this whole
Yeah.
time.
That's how it goes, right? So
Yeah.
We can do
And
two
then
different
the-
stints. We can work on learning Celestial since we're still here in the the High Solarian, and then
Right.
do another
if you
shift
get
of
bored.
teaching Courage Common.
Slayer, if you get bored, I can teach you. That's Edge. He walks away.
You walk up to the kitchens with who is helping you make? Oh, you're teaching them how to make a sandwich.
Wait, who's watching the round?
Okay.
Brian,
then
stop
do
his
we
back
wanna-
up.
We could do the language.
Well,
thing.
actually, everybody said they were going other places, so Loran kind of just walked up the steps
Not
and
Cass,
sort of turned
not
around.
Cass,
I
going
did.
to the
I did
library.
say library.
Oh, shit.
Cass said library, Slia and Bluey said studying,
No,
and Neff
Brian
and
would have been like,
Brian made
somebody
sandwiches.
needs to watch the brand.
Hold it.
Okay.
Daniel says, I will watch him.
Thank you, Daniel.
Oh my god.
I
you
volunteer
trust
as
me.
Fribrut.
I volunteer. Oh my gosh, Loran, this is gonna be so fun. Just us two. And I finally have you to myself. I can poison your mind against Ulster. He's mine. That's all.
Everyone hears this and is like,
In a non-romantic way.
Brian,
'Cause
do
I
you
have a
want me and
boyfriend
Bluey
now.
to go while we're studying.
So wait, say that again. Sorry.
Do you want us, Bluey and I, to go watch Loran?
You hear a
Daddy
hiss from the
quietly.
stairwell.
he looks after Daniel on the brand.
No. No.
Maybe give her 10 minutes alone and then go in.
Okay. I have a
10
present
minutes
for
to go and
Daniel
find your
anyway.
reading resources.
To fetch courage as well. just for the heck of it. At least for the
I will be
fetch.
quick with the sandwich tutelage. We will bring the sandwich components up to the Chronologica and make sandwiches up there.
You cast sandwich. Do you have the necessary components?
It's just like a spell, Neff. I promise. I'll teach you.
Verbal, somatic, and material.
material component.
Roll to sandwich.
Roll the sandwich.
Sandwich checks.
Roll the sandwich.
All right, you guys
that's
all
a
go about
horrible
your.
sandwich.
That hit the side. That was a joke. I can
So-
actually.
You guys go your separate ways, with Danielle watching Loran, and that day passes with some success. So you have language learning. Let's roll for that. Intelligence checks, please. And if whoever's helping who can do advantage. If you have someone helping you, you can roll with advantage.
Okay.
I was just gonna say, can Slia give a blanket to Danwell as well today?
You may, yes,
Okay, cool.
but we'll get to that as we go through the other things. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. So Bluey and Slia, languages. Who's helping you if you're getting advantage?
Look, I mean, I don't think I can help learn Celestial, so
Alexa is there. She does come in still.
okay.
Alexa avoids Bluey.
I'm also around in general.
I don't know. Decisions.
Because there are plenty of people you could ask help from. You can just roll with advantage. Yeah.
Okay. Just pure intelligence.
Yes.
Take a photo of that.
I mean,
Take a
I'm
photo of
fucking
that.
glad it's on a language check. Holy, like, what the shit?
Is that
I've
two
never
natural
seen
20s?
this happen before.
Is it two natural
That's
20s?
amazing.
It's two nat ones.
Oh my god!
Oh no!
so excited. I thought it was going to be
Yeah, I
that
thought it was gonna
funny.
be so good.
I was like, sick.
That's
Nah,
so
mate.
The M Night Shyamalan
was-
twist.
Ugh,
Oh
babe.
gosh.
That is
Oh.
no.
Oh my goodness!
Bluey, here's what happens.
That's
You
really bad.
approach. You approach Alexa for help.
Not
Oh,
again! Not again!
You
And
did
remembering how difficult it was last time, she asks Neff to also assist. The three of you together begin to go over the drills. Now, I think we've all seen the Friends episode where Phoebe tries to teach Joey French. And
Never watched
you haven't?
Nope.
None of us have watched it.
Friends. You're the only normie here.
It was all I watched when I was 9.
Oh,
Oh
okay.
my god. Really?
Yeah, I've never
No.
seen it.
Never.
Never seen more than like a minute.
Yeah, same.
Holy shit.
I don't think I've even seen a minute.
It has absolutely nothing to offer. I wouldn't watch it, but I just thought it's like a cultural thing. Okay,
It's a
what?
funny
So-
moment.
What? Sorry,
well-
I was
Friends.
friends.
Yeah.
Not?
Yeah, I was waiting for you to say something, George. I was like, of course George has watched it. Of course,
Yeah,
you've
no,
been watching
I've-
it before.
Yeah, I've watched it many
Many
times. It's
That
a very
makes sense.
appropriate scene. Je m'appelle.
Oh, it's a TikTok.
Je
I know
m'appelle.
that.
The TikTok,
I
yeah.
know the TikToks.
Yep.
It's
like that. And you see Alexa becoming increasingly frustrated, irate, in fact, squirming in her seat, distressed, clearly, by the fact that you cannot speak Celestial. So distressed that her brow breaks out into a sweat,
Oh, no.
Oh my god.
and she collapses on the table.
no.
Oh no! Oh no!
I
You're
Oh,
going
no.
into labour.
And
You
she's
put
like,
her into labor with your two.
"You are
now.
hurting. You are hurting me with your. Oh wait, no, I'm just hurting. Oh."
Oh.
Okay,
God,
okay.
She looks to you, Neff. Thank God, there's a cleric here.
I may not know what teeth are made of, but I am here.
I take it this is in the library, and I'm just like
library.
over in like the things trying to research devils, and
You
I
are
hear
just
like,
reading Infernal aloud, like, and then
All right,
you just hear like, ah!
Brian, get the
and
scalpel.
like,
Bluey, get the
"Oh, what did I
defibrillator.
do? Who did I summon this time? No.
You think you've like unleashed some force of nature. You throw the books down. You rush up looking for the carnage.
Wait,
and you
Neff
just
would be
see.
there because we went to the kitchens.
Didn't
Neff said that she was available to help.
Yeah, so if Blue was gonna be
And
like,
you said that the sandwiches were going to be a quick thing. So I assumed this was going on
Oh,
throughout the
okay.
day. Yeah. This isn't just,
Also-
this is like a whole day situation. This
yeah, I
isn't
would have.
just-
If Blue was
Yeah,
like,
it's
I'm
like
learning
including
Celestial, then I would have been like,
Labor.
We will do a very quick jumped back in time to get to everybody else, to get to the necessary checks. I just didn't expect this to go quite like this, so we
I
missed
thought
off.
Flea was learning Celestial too.
I thought it was just the three of them, but if you're there as well, then yes.
Slia.
Hell yeah. Okay.
I mean, Cass is
think-
there as well now. Like, it's everyone apart from Brian and Loran.
I think then what happened is that Sly would have been at a different table getting dictionaries, etc., and is making her way back, and you just hear a scream. You see Cass running, you start running, and then you know what you see as Alexa is just being like
Medicine
held
check.
between Bluey and Neff. And because flesh babies are gross, we're going to just fade to black. And all I'm going to say is it's absolute carnage.
Carnage. Can I make a roll?
What do you want to roll for?
How much carnage there is?
Why would anyone flesh baby when you can cave baby?
The dragon?
Oh my gosh.
Maybe like
Okay,
how
so yeah.
clean the station ends up being at the end.
That's not the carnage I was implying. I was implying more like
That's
she
all-
goes kicking and screaming, like, I can't believe you did this to me, Bluey!
There's a whole.
And,
there's a breathe. Deep
Debris,
breaths.
make a dexterity saving throw to see if you can't save some of the books and stop yourself getting hit in the head by dictionaries.
Me?
Yes, you.
Okay.
You asked for it.
Dexterity saving throw.
Bluey, you can make one too.
It's really bad.
This
You
whole
like that
tournament.
deserves it.
You do.
That's a
Probably
5.
aiming for you.
Like, I know that, like...
She's
when-
aiming, yeah, really she is.
When you're in labor, you can get just, like,
Cass
angry.
offered.
Insane.
Bluey made her angry, so, like...
She like
well,
grabs you by the
yeah.
shoulder and just says, "You did this to me," and throws a book at you. But you don't understand a word that she says, so it just sounds like, "Oh!"
God.
It's like the divine, like singing.
Leah do a sending to Cyprian and be like, Alexa, baby.
Baby.
I think that is all the celestial she's probably got in the moment.
Knowing
is-
that he is currently in a meeting with Zarina, you can only imagine how he excuses himself. But yes, eventually you are joined by Cyprian, and you are whisked away to a medical wing where all of that stuff happens. Because anyway, this is the second baby that's been born in this campaign. The first one was in season 1. Lol. And I actually made. Who did I made like whoever the cleric was roll.
Have a cleric.
Raphael.
Raphael, didn't he roll?
What baby was that?
In Dion, when you guys were hiding in the caves,
And there was, like, a
from the
baby.
zombie
And then
horde.
didn't Joyce want to steal the baby?
Oh my
Oh my
god.
Sounds like Joyce. I have no memory of
Yeah.
this. Sounds like Joyce.
She was like, "Can I just take it now?" We were like,
No.
"No."
It sounds like absolute chaos, my goodness.
Anyway.
Alright.
Imagine like you're like healer, you're the midwife delivering the baby, and then going,
Mine now.
"Thanks."
Oh my goodness. Wonderful. Okay.
Anyway,
And up in the blissfully unaware, Ulster, Daniel, Loran. The three of you are sitting in front of the Chronologica, and actually, looking at it now, there is far more gold visible than blue. Yes, a blue light peeks through at scattered points in front of you, but Loran's structure, what he has made, the window he has opened, it is large, almost the size of him now. And it is connected, suspended in the air, to various points of the Chronologica, the points that correlate with the natural shape of the rock. And they pull taut all of a sudden, almost splitting apart. At the points of highest tension, Loran manages just to keep them under his control. And Ulster, you can see there's just sweat breaking out on his forehead. And he's like, okay, wait,
Stuff on
we're...
one. Wait.
What did you say?
I want to cast something on Duran. Not Greater Restoration yet. I want to cast. Let me check. One moment. Bear's Endurance. The target has advantage on Constitution checks. It also gains 2d6 temporary hit points.
Okay. Would you like to roll the temporary HP?
Oh shit. 2.
Well, he gets those constitution, which is fun because he's about to just make a constitution check to see if he can maintain concentration on it.
Advantage.
It's advantage? Perfect. He is able to maintain concentration. And he says, okay, we're getting somewhere. Shit. Yeah, this is good. I'm gonna keep going. And he manages to regain control of some of the loose threads, and he's pulling them in. And Corvius isn't here, so he's being assisted by just another mage who you haven't met too many times, but you've seen assisting Corvius. And he's looking over at Loran like, maybe we should slow down a little. But Loran's like, nah, it's fine. I
Loran,
can do this.
maybe you should. Just
Only
look-
like, it's a final push. It'll be fine.
Loran, no, please wait a bit. If I saw what happened to Corvius when he pushed it too far.
All right. He pulls back. And he's just holding this golden circle up.
I'm gonna pop a greater restoration on him now.
Okay.
Brian's not taking his eye off Lauren. He's like, I will save you. Oh, it's already shut off because I didn't do a short long rest anyway. Because I've just been popping those the entire time.
Ulster, you feel heat radiating from that circle. And a strange noise. Like warring flames alongside cleaning of metal and a scraping like steel across rough stone. The unmistakable sounds of a forge. And that sound begins to dissipate as you watch Loran's concentration is kind of phasing out again. He's going to make another constitution check.
Advantage.
Yep. He's still fine. These are representing what would be turns in an order. That's kind of how frequent this is. And he's able to maintain it. And it's getting hotter. And you also feel just a drip of water along the side of your face.
Can I do anything about this?
And Loran is biting his cheek. And he says, I can hold it for an hour, I think. But I need Corvius.
Okay. Daniel, watch Loran. I'm gonna get Corvius. He
Okay.
transforms into what's really fast. A panther, I think, is probably one of the fastest. And he runs Corvius.
You rush down the steps. And on your way down, you just hear a screaming and kicking, and you see one limb being held by Bluey, one limb being held by Sleer, one by Cass, and one by Neff. You just
Brian's
see
like, Flesh baby. No, runs past.
Flesh baby.
No.
Alexa's just like, ah! You avert your eyes, ask questions later, make your way all the way to Corvius's chambers, and you burst through without even knocking on the door, because I don't think you would. And Corvius is sitting there. He looks like he's only just flopped down into his seat, looking a little tired himself. But the moment he sees you, he's like,
I'm like, come on.
boy, is that you? Oh, up. And you're pecking at him, like getting him out the door.
He can ride on my back if he wants. He just has to hold on. I can run fast. We're gonna go. Brian's like jumping up and down.
You convey that message with your gestures, and he's like, grabs onto your ears, and it's just like, okay, and you go off, leading all the way up to the Chronologica again, and you feel him immediately just like tense up the moment you pass through the door, and without you even saying anything, he is rolling off your back, stumbling forward a bit, and joining Loran as you watch those golden, sort of like the golden borders of this circle beginning to pulsate almost. And all at once, before your eyes, the vision clarifies. And you see something in the gold. Corvy's just getting there in time to keep it stable, long enough for you to look in. A forge. Burning red. All of the instruments are cast in a bronze or copper that doesn't seem to melt in spite of the heat that bursts forwards. It hits you square in the chest. A fire like nothing you've ever felt before. You remember feeling flare-ups like these at Farinia's Forge in Allstair. The only thing you've ever felt as strong as this is a flare-up from your own childhood. A memory of burning down the Ice Palace.
Whoops.
You can barely see. The brightness of the heat burns so hot it's white. But your other senses are not so easily dulled. Roaring flames, that continuous scraping of metal across steel on stone. And all at once the brightness fades. And you think it's over. And then, like crashing through a window, fire just bursts out of the Chronologica. And I need you to make a dexterity saving throw, please.
Good. 17.
17. Okay, you're fine, but I don't have enough dice.
But he would try and push Loran out of the way, I think, more than trying to save himself. I don't know if I can use it for that. Would the bracer help at all? Can I give it to Loran for the save?
And you can't quite give it to Loran, but you can use your reaction to, well, this isn't a turn order. So we're not in combat, so I don't know if it would work necessarily, but what you could do is you could try and angle yourself in front of him and see if you can't give him a little bit of cover.
Can I try that? Yeah.
Yeah, okay. You do your best. You don't know how much it's going to do, but it's something. For that, because this is an extenuating circumstance, I'll give him an extra d4. This won't, just because it's an extenuating circumstance, and there's not any other time it would be. It's only a +1, but so Loran fails. Daniel succeeds. Corvius fails. The assistant, natural 20. Fuck you! You didn't even have a name! Why did you get a natural 20? Okay, so I need to roll. I only have 2d6s. Why did I do this? 5, 4, 9, 5, 6, 4, 5.
I have a lot of healing magic because I've been prepared for something really bad to happen.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So 15, 24, 28. Okay. All right. Anyone who failed, okay, the DC is 15. What did you roll, Ulster?
17.
17, okay, you're fine. You take 37 points damage halved, so where is the calculator? Well, I don't have a calculator. 15, 19, take 19 points of damage. Loran failed, but he's a fire magic initiate. That's one of his feats, so it's halved anyway. He takes 19 points of damage. Corvius takes 37 points of damage. And Daniel passed, so she takes 19, but she looks quite bad. Right. The brightness fades, and you are thrown back against the wall of the Chronologica. Every surface around you is scorched. It's hot to the touch. And your skin, where it burns, rises in angry red welt. And Loran is burnt all the way up to his elbows, where he was woven in to the gold. But he's alive and breathing.
I immediately drop a heal on Loran. I'm gonna look around to see how everyone else is.
Daniel is nearly unconscious on the floor.
Okay, I
She's
drop a
breathing, but she's
heal on Daniel and Corvius.
Corvius.
Hold on.
Corvius
think
is
I-
a very old man,
Where is
and
it?
he looks like on
I'm
death's
also
door.
gonna do a mass cure wounds. Actually,
Okay.
no. Can I do a quick retcon after I've looked around? Can I do
Sure.
a mass cure wounds and then a heal on Corvius if I notice he's the worst?
Sure, you would have. That's the sort of thing that Ulset would do, so that's fine.
So I'll do a mass cure wounds and I'll roll how much that is.
Okay.
Where is it? Okay. Which is the D8? I think it's this one.
Yep.
Danielle is clearly like not a strong boy.
She has no magical powers
13
at
plus-
all.
That's 19. You rolled 19 there.
I rolled 19.
Didn't you say 6? What?
No, and now I'm confused.
Sorry. Never mind.
So long as it's at least 19, everybody is healed back to full,
Okay.
except for Corvius, who you're getting. But he's getting the big heal anyway.
It was 13, and I'm gonna re-roll.
+3 + 7. Was that the rolls?
No, it
Anna-
wasn't,
Anna-
it wasn't that. Now,
Anna-
can I just re-roll? I
Anna-
don't know what it is now.
Yes.
Oh no. 5 plus 7 plus 5. 17
17. Okay.
for everyone except Corvius, who I drop a heal on, so he gets 70 back.
Yep.
And if I see that Loran is burnt up to his arms, I'm gonna drop my last 7th level slot on him to do a heal as well.
That's fine. He's panting hard, but he seems healed. Sorry, Anna, that was a bit mean being like shush.
You were trying to help. I get it.
I love you. And
Wait,
Loran.
Wait, no, I think I might have got that wrong. It was 17 plus
Oh my god.
5. It's 22 back to Daniel and Loran.
Nobody is dead.
Nobody's
Yay.
and nobody's
There you
hurt.
go. Nobody's dead and
Brian's
nobody's
like,
hurt.
I will hit, except Brian. But Brian's fine. He just heals everyone. He's like, okay.
The moment Loran sees you're still hurt. Wait,
No, he's not badly hurt. He's only 19 down.
weren't you
Like-
shifted into wild shape as well?
No, he would have probably shifted back, I think.
Okay. Well then, regardless, the moment Loran sees that you're burnt, he's like, gets your hands, puts them on your face, and is like, heal yourself. Do it.
What do I have?
Do it.
Hold on. What do I have left? I can do a healing word. 3rd level? Okay, let's do 3rd level. 4 plus 3 plus 1. 8 plus 5. 13 points back. So he's only a few points down.
Loran looks relieved, but not fully pleased.
+30.
And he kind of sighs and he looks around and he says, fuck, was that the hells? And Corvius kind of gets up from the ground and he says, no, boy. That was raw firepower. Only one place you can find that. And Loran just nods and is like, ah. City of Brass. City of Brass. And on that note, I think we'll wrap it up for the evening.
What's
Woot,
the city
woot, woot.
of brass?
What is the City of Brass? Cass might know.
Holy moly.
Funny how that kept coming up all evening.
I know.
isn't it?
As I kept coming up, I was like suspicious. As soon as you said anything about instruments being copper, I was like, well.
I was like,
Look, see here.
Right here, lads. That was the session.
Oh my goodness.
That was
Woo!
actual
It's a
jam.
good session.
Yeah. jam-packed.
Yeah.
Absolutely jam-packed.
My jars aren't big enough to contain all this jam that was packed into this sesh.
I thought you were going to say that 37 was the half damage, and I was like,
Yeah, me too. I was like, dude.
What a crazy amount.
I think who
Don't
would
you
someone
worry.
would have died. Someone would have died from that.
Oh, Corvius would have died. Definitely. He would have been, well, not flat out. If Danielle had taken that fall, she would be flat out dead, like right off the bat. That's more than double her health. Corvius would have been super unconscious. Loran would be
Just made it.
alive. Just.
And Brian
about.
would be okay.
Yes. Oh, that assistant probably would have died. Fuck him with his natural 20. How dare he?
Him just
Anyway.
like dancing around in the flames, like.
I'm cruel.
I live and breathe fire, darling.
Yeah, cruel booby trap his own spare bodies. Ugh.
Mm-hmm. Did you expect anything else? Let's be real.
That's why when Laura was like, I'm going to push it, I was like, no. Please stop.
It would have been worse if he had pushed it. So it's a good thing that you. I almost had a mind to have you persuasion him, but he wouldn't do that. You guys
Brian
are.
would have grabbed him and like dragged him out of the room.
Yeah.
That's
It seemed. Yeah. It seemed pointless. All right. So, thank you all for watching. Would anybody like to volunteer to do a PC sign off, or do you have an NPC in mind you want to say goodbye from?
Do you want to roll for the sign off? Because I think
Roll
that'll
for sign off. Roll your roll the
Yeah.
d20. You want the number closest to 11.
be 2.
8.
16.
16.
14. What?
4. All right, it's chaos.
Kaya. So, dudes, if you want to watch some more trauma, hellscapes, quite literally, then sign in next week where they'll be featuring alcoholism, needy husbands, and people struggling to learn languages.
Hell yeah.
And maybe a flesh baby if it all went well.
Appropriately dark for Cass.
Yeah, it's true. Appropriately dark for the campaign, to be honest.
So sign in. Are we doing the same times?
9:15 UK,
Yeah.
3:15
So
AM.
9:15 UK, 5:15 Japan, 6:15 Australia, and
3:15.
3:15.
3:15 Texas. God awful time, Texas. If anyone's watching from America, then why would you be
Why?
up at that time? But yes, so
A good time. All right, gang. This was a good one.
Lots of love.
Thank you, everyone who watched. Goodbye.
Bye all.
lots of love.
I hit my microphone.